Chapter 939. Maybe there was only one cell left alive, but this cell began to divide rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had quickly reconstituted a new Yangqin. There was no construction without destruction. Yangqin understood this truth thoroughly in an instant. Even if he had crossed the tribulation several times in his previous life, there was no time like this. The destruction was so thorough. Yangqin even guessed that if he was not lucky enough to raise his spiritual awareness to the realm of the human immortal, he would not be able to find the glimmer of life, decisively give up resistance, and then use the huge spiritual power to grow again. There seemed to be only one end, an increasingly powerful thundered tribulation. He would eventually turn into flying ash. It was by no means an accident that the tribulation thunder appeared in multiples of 9. It was necessary to completely eliminate Yangqin. However, God had the virtue of cherishing life and still left a glimmer of life for Yangqin. It depended on whether Yangqin could grasp it. When the new Yangqin appeared again, Yangqin couldn't help but be afraid. Even if he grasped that glimmer of life, without the support of huge spiritual power, it was impossible to complete such a reversal. Fortunately, he had already collected a huge amount of first wood spiritual solution, 7th metal spiritual solution, and 10th water spiritual solution. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if to verify Yangqin's guess, the next tribulation thunder, each one was more powerful than the previous one, and each one had 9 more than the previous one. When the 7th tribulation thunder fell in the sky, the 4 women who were observing in the distance could no longer stay in the same place. They had to retreat quickly to avoid being affected. Just observing and feeling from a distance, the 4 women who had just been promoted to the Yuanying stage already felt unable to resist. The power of this kind of tribulation, was it really possible for Yangqin in the Jiran stage to resist it? On the faces of the 4 women, there was also a look of worry. They looked at each other with a pair of panicked eyes. The only thing that could confirm that Yangqin could still be alive was the tribulation thunder that was still falling. If Yangqin died, the tribulation cloud would dissipate immediately. As long as people were alive, there was hope. Perhaps this was the only comfort left in the hearts of the women. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th waves of tribulation, lightning, followed the same process. They burned Yangqin's body to ashes, but left him with only a sliver of hope. Then, Yangqin would quickly recover in the gap of the tribulation lightning. After a few times in a row, Yangqin's body had undergone a complete transformation. The 8th wave of tribulation lightning fell on time. But to Yangqin's surprise, this time the tribulation lightning did not burn Yangqin's body like the previous few times, but disappeared without a trace with a flash of lightning. Yangqin's body immediately appeared, floating naked in the air, looking safe and sound. However, in Yangqin's sea of consciousness, lightning suddenly began to spread. 8 or 9 72 bolts of lightning, like the most terrifying destroyer, smashed the shadows in Yangqin's sea of consciousness. Penglai divine wood, blood phantom vine, yin-yang heaven burning fire, the huge horns, the land, the sea, everything was smashed and shattered. Even the great yin and yang 5 elements flying sword that was tempered in the sea of consciousness seemed to be completely shattered. No, there were still a few things that still remained the same. The dragon, condensed by the dragon chi, was still the same. The bloody river still flowed quietly under the body of the dragon. Naturally, the immortal beheading blade in the river of blood was still safe and sound. In the sea of consciousness, in addition to the phantom condensed by Yangqin's spiritual awareness, there was also a Li Lihing's spiritual awareness imprint. This was something that did not belong to Yangqin. With a thunderous blow, he was going to erase this spiritual awareness imprint. At the critical moment, Yangqin suddenly used all his strength and threw the spiritual awareness imprint under the body of the dragon. Li Lihing's spiritual awareness imprint was the key to the Taishaman in the future, and it could not be easily lost. At this time, Li Liheng, who was far away in Taishimen, suddenly found himself in a world of thunder and lightning. Everything around him was broken and destroyed, only he seemed to be in an isolated island. Just as the dazzling lightning was about to strike him into pieces, his body suddenly found itself under the protection of a familiar, imposing aura. "Kid, quickly improve your cultivation base. This old man has a lot." The voice of the spiritual world senior that Li Liheng had been looking forward to for a long time came directly into his mind, and then there was no more, because Li Liheng had already fainted without any hesitation. This small episode did not prevent Yang Qin from paying attention to his own sea of consciousness. After throwing Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint into the river of blood, Yang Qin began to madly cultivate the three purities' secret art. No matter how boiling in the sea of consciousness was, he was unmoved. Just like the destruction and rebirth of the body, everything destroyed in the sea of consciousness began to be reborn quickly. With the reappearance of all the items, Yang Chen's human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness began to decline. The peak Deshang stage, the late Deshang stage, the middle Deshang stage, the peak Yuanying stage. It didn't stop until the early Yuanying stage. The cultivation base of the spiritual awareness did not simply decline, but it was madly condensed and compressed by the thunder tribulation. The efficiency of this condensation was even many times stronger than that of the three purities' secret art. It was condensed to the early Yuanying stage, and then the spiritual awareness began to rebound. The middle Yuanying stage, the late Yuanying stage, the peak Yuanying stage, the middle Deshang stage, the peak Deshang stage, the human immortal first grade was still constantly improving. Until it reached the second grade of human immortal, it stopped. All this in the sea of consciousness took almost half an hour, but it was only a moment in the outside world. Before waiting for Yang Qin to carefully understand what detailed changes had taken place in his sea of consciousness, the ninth thunder tribulation had already smashed down regardless. 9981 thunderlights directly formed a closed thunder circle, completely wrapping Yang Qin in it. The light flashed sharply, and the four women in the distance had to retreat a few miles, and then they stopped in shock. The thunder circle surrounded Yang Qin, constantly bombarding the 10 golden dawn in Yang Chen's upper and lower dantian. After Yang Chen's Jedan stubbornly resisted for a while, it shattered. The remaining thunder light seemed to have found an outlet, madly squeezing toward the 10 broken golden dawn. The broken golden dawn also began to change their shape frantically. After a while, they turned into 10 little people sitting cross-legged, flashing different colors, but still rotating slowly in the order of the 5 elements. The clouds in the sky disappeared and the rain stopped, and the sky became clear in an instant. Yang Chen's figure finally appeared in the eyes of the women. The 4 women looked at each other and found the unconcealable joy in the eyes of others. Gao Yu took the lead and rushed up, and the women quickly followed. But immediately there was a scream, and all the 4 women turned red in an instant, turned their bodies, and dared not look in the direction of Yang Qin again. "Isn't it just the clothes ruined? We are husband and wife. Is it necessary?" Yang Chen was very indignant, and took out a robe from the Chinquan bag and put it on. Chapter 940. The super strong thunder tribulation. Even Yang Chen's body was destroyed several times, not to mention the clothes outside his body. Fortunately, the merit ring was strong enough not to be damaged in this level of tribulation. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not even be able to find a robe to cover his body. The naked Yang Chen was seen by the women, but even if the women's cultivation base was high, they were still young girls after all. They have never seen such a scene, and they all blushed. It wasn't until Yang Chen put on his robe that they turned back with a red face. Gao Yu's shyness quickly turned into worry. She flew forward and touched Yang Chen's body a few times. When she determined that Yang Chen was already a master of the Yuanying stage and was safe and sound, she stopped. Unexpectedly, Gao Yu was about to withdraw her hand, but it was grabbed by Yang Chen. Gao Yu struggled twice and did not break free. Her face turned red and her head drooped down. She did not dare to look at the eyes of the other 3 women. Shi Shanshan looked at Yang Chen's safety, and joy flashed in her eyes, but her face was still cold. However, Sun Qingxue was very happy, especially when she saw Yang Chen holding Gao Yu's hand. She seemed to be very envious. She took the initiative to step forward and put her little hand in Yang Chen's hand. It really scared us to death just now. Sun Qingxue patted her chest with her other hand and said with lingering fear, "What the hell is going on? How can the thunder, tribulation become like this?" Sun Qingxue's question was also what the other 3 women wanted to ask. It's just that no one was as straightforward as Sun Qingxue. Among the 4 women, Sun Qingxue was the youngest, and she knew Yang Chen the earliest. It seemed appropriate for her to speak. "I don't know." Yang Chen gave a wry smile. He still had a lingering fear of the terrifying thunder tribulation. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a matter of life and death. If he hadn't fulfilled any of the conditions, he would have died a tragic death today. Whether one's divine sense had not reached the human immortal realm, or did not have a lot of spiritual liquid to provide an instant massive amount of spiritual power, or even did not have the blood river and the white dragon in the sea of consciousness, one could die. He had just gotten married and was going to marry 4 beautiful ladies. No matter what, he couldn't bear to do it. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but glance at the faces of the 4 women around him. His fiery gaze made the 4 women feel a little overwhelmed. Except for Shi Shanshan, the other 3 women lowered their heads slightly. Suddenly, the stubborn Shi Shanshan seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. She glared at Yang Chen fiercely, and then lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Chen again. Yang Chen looked inexplicable, but he didn't know what Shi Shanshan was thinking. He could only shake his head slightly, then gently pulled the 2 women in his hand and said, "Let's go back and celebrate. This is a big day." As he spoke, his body had already sunk into the water. At this time, the Dragon Palace treasure house was the best place to celebrate. The 4 women also followed Yang Chen's movements and disappeared into the water. However, just as they were about to completely enter the water, Yang Chen suddenly turned his head and glanced in a certain direction. He frowned slightly as if there was something he couldn't figure out. But immediately Yang Chen returned to normal and swaggered back to the Dragon Palace treasure house with the 4 women. Everyone took turns to cross the tribulation, especially when Yang Chen was crossing the tribulation. It was so dangerous that everyone's heart was in their throat. No one had time to carefully explore the changes in their bodies. Now that they had returned to a safe place, it was natural to look at the situation of their bodies first. The first thing they did when they got back, the 4 women all sat down cross-legged and then explored. Yang Chen was no exception. He also wanted to know what changes had happened to his body after experiencing such a dangerous thunder tribulation. The most obvious change was naturally the change in spiritual power. After reaching the nascent soul stage, whether it was the amount of spiritual power or the control of spiritual power, it had been upgraded to a whole new level. The gap between the Yuanying stage and the Jedon stage was like the Yuanying stage having an extra brain compared to the Jedon stage. It was not surprising that there would be such changes from the Jedon stage to the Yuanying stage. But Yang Chen was different. He had 10 Yuanying stages, which was completely different from the 1 Yuanying stage of others, and they were distributed in 2 parts, the dantian and the chest. Consistent with the original Jedon stage, the yin and yang 5 elements each occupied a part. The spiritual power alone was 10 times stronger than that of others, not to mention the power of the 5 elements. But this was the place that Yang Chen cared about the least. What he wanted to know most now was what was the situation of his body after being destroyed by the thunder tribulation and then reborn. The spiritual power flowed in the body without any obstacles at all. It was round, and it seemed to have been integrated with the spiritual power. However, this was also normal. It seemed that the current new body was shaped with a massive amount of spiritual power, and it was expected that it was compatible with the spiritual power. However, the change in the strength of the body made Yang Qin really shocked. Compared with the previous mortal body, the current body was no less than 100 times stronger. The flying sword might not be able to pierce it, let alone the change in strength. Yang Qin didn't have to try to know that his physical body had reached the middle stage of the river turning strength. If you want to cultivate from the early stage to the middle stage, it would take at least 1,000 years of hard work for the yellow turbaned strongman in the immortal world. Unexpectedly in the mortal world, it was achieved in less than 200 years. However, there would be no such good things in the future. Every time the body was transformed by the tribulation, the difficulty of cultivating the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique increased a bit, which was what Yang Qin had expected. In addition to the strength, resilience, bone strength, and so on, there were extremely significant changes. Yang Qin had the memory of the tribulation. In his impression, the changes in the body after the thunder tribulation could not reach such a level at all, unless he passed the Yin fire tribulation and entered the Deshang stage. There would be such a change. Unusual heavenly tribulation. Unusual body changes. Yang Qin could only attribute these unusual things to this unique heavenly tribulation. But what kind of tribulation did Yang Qin experience? Yang Qin is still confused and has no memory of it. After thinking about it, Yang Qin couldn't understand it, so he simply didn't think about it. In any case, Yang Qin has been promoted to the Yuanying stage. In front of him was a broader cultivation sky, so he didn't have to look for those things that had no foundation. Compared with the changes in the physical body, the changes in the spiritual awareness were surprising. It was simple to say the promotion from the first grade of human immortal to the second grade of human immortal. But Yang Qin knew that this simple promotion took longer than the early Deshang stage to the middle Deshang stage. Not to mention the changes in the conciseness of the spiritual awareness. Even if someone took a magic weapon comparable to Yang Qin's golden bell and bombarded Yang Qin's ear, it would not have any effect on Yang Qin. Chapter 941. The strange thing was that the scope of the sea of consciousness did not expand. It was still so big. But the strength of the sea of consciousness has increased by a lot. For the first time, Yang Qin encountered a thunder tribulation that could directly attack the sea of consciousness, but he had never heard of it before. The biggest change was the life source magic weapon that Yang Qin tempered in the sea of consciousness. It was not correct to say that the life source magic weapon was not correct. To be precise, it was the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword that was prepared to serve as the immortal beheading blade. After the fragmentation and reorganization of the thunder tribulation, except for the immortal beheading blade, all the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword seemed to have been re-refined by the thunder tribulation. Yang Qin did not need to take it out now. Just by enlarging these flying swords in the sea of consciousness, he could easily find the changes in them. Some of the small flaws that could not be solved before because of the lack of cultivation base seemed to have been completely made up by the thunder tribulation and no longer existed. Of course, there must be flaws, but that was something that could only be perfected by slowly tempering over a long period of time. No matter how powerful the thunder tribulation was, it could not be changed. It was a pity that because Yang Qin did not want to rely on the magic weapon to cross the tribulation, he hoped to rely entirely on his body to resist the thunder tribulation. So some powerful magic weapons such as the golden bell did not get additional benefits. But this was not a big deal. Anyway, after Yang Qin's cultivation base was improved, he would naturally slowly refine and upgrade it. With the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, plus the Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art, as long as the effort was deep, even the ordinary magic weapon could become a treasure. Speaking of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, the strongest profound spirit furnace Yang Qin had already refined to the Heavenly Spirit 10th layer and the Earth Fiend 20th layer. Yang Qin's current Yin and Yang 5 elements spirit power has been subdivided into 30 kinds of spirit power, and the power was almost 10 times more than ordinary spirit power. It was a pity that the ruler was not in his hands now, but in the hands of Gong Suanling's master ancestor, Gaoshan, to measure his own spirit power level in order to attack the Deshang stage. Otherwise, the ruler could most intuitively show Yang Chen's combat effectiveness. When Yang Chen finished his body examination, the 4 women had basically completed their respective examinations, and all of their faces were full of joy, as if she wanted to share her joy with Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue rushed to tell him about her changes. The little girl's spiritual power was transformed into the first with true essence, but there was not much change in the rest. But her spiritual awareness had increased to the limit of the peak Yuanying stage. It seemed that she was only one step away from breaking through this bottleneck and entering the Deshang stage. Big Brother Yang. Ah no, husband. Let's do spiritual awareness, double cultivation together. Maybe we can break through right away. After Sun Qingxue finished talking about her situation, she directly called out to Yang Qin, making the women stunned for a while. This wasn't the end. When Sun Qingxue finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, we've both reached the nascent soul stage. We can do dual cultivation with you now." As soon as Sun Qingxue said this, the other 3 women suddenly blushed again. They lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at Yang Qin. Sun Qingxue was aware of her shyness. She screamed and hurriedly covered her little face with her hands, not daring to look up again. Yang Chen remembered that there was still this benefit to being promoted to the Yuanying stage. Immediately, Shi Shanshan's inexplicable shyness flashed in his mind when he was just outside. Did she also think of this problem? The awkward topic made the 4 women very shy. However, everyone quickly recovered. What was there to be afraid of? They were already married to their own husband. What was there to be shy about in the dual cultivation between husband and wife? Human relations were important matters. Even immortals were inevitable. Didn't they see the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West? This is good. Yang Chen looked at the 4 women, raised their heads, and looked at him. Yang Chen nodded and praised, "At any time, don't let some trivial things affect your Tao heart. It's not worth it." Although Yang Chen's words were a bit preaching, the 4 women bowed slightly to Yang Chen and said in unison, "Yes, husband." Looking at the 4 beautiful women, Yang Chen suddenly had an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Marrying these 4 women at the same time in his previous life, it was estimated that even the Jade Emperor at that time didn't dare to imagine it, right? Was there anything that made Yang Chen more proud than this? In addition to Sun Qingxue, the other 3 women's divine sense was also on the verge of breaking through, and they were only one step away from the door. Of course, Yang Chen would not refuse to help them improve. He immediately cultivated with the 4 women in the treasure house. The highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra was really extraordinary. In addition, Yang Chen's divine sense had broken through to the 2nd grade of human immortal. Just a spiritual awareness double cultivation allowed the 4 women to break through the bottleneck, and their divine sense cultivation base was upgraded to the early Deshang stage. They were all new to the Yuanying stage, and their cultivation base needed to be consolidated. In this case, the best way to consolidate their cultivation base was to have a double cultivation. The origin of this cultivation method is difficult to explain, so you don't have to go into it. Yang Qin couldn't explain to the women the origin of the heaven and earth harmony method that he gave them, so he simply told them not to pursue it. Regarding the mystery of Yang Qin, the 4 women were mentally prepared. Since Yang Chen said so, they certainly agreed. Looking at his 4 wives saying, "Yes, husband," in unison, Ji and Shu could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Yang Qin had an indescribable sense of accomplishment. However, although they said that they would not pursue this matter, when they carefully studied this set of dual cultivation method, it still surprised the 4 women. According to reason, they were already rare in the mortal world with excellent comprehension ability. The cultivation methods of the sect could almost be understood by them. Now, there were still many things that they couldn't understand in this cultivation method. How was this possible? Yang Chen was not surprised at all. The top double cultivation method of the immortal world. If the four women could see through the mystery at a glance, it would be a waste to call it a top cultivation method. Therefore, Yang Chen once again played the role of a guide. From the beginning to the end, he explained the subtleties of the heaven and earth harmony law one by one. At the same time, how to cultivate under the current cultivation base, where to pay attention to, he explained it clearly and clearly. Although in Yang Chen's explanation, there were some places where it was inevitable to mention some things between husband and wife. The women also knew the importance. Even if they were blushing, they listened to every word for fear of missing something. Everyone was a smart person. From this double cultivation method, they saw a lot of things, especially the content of Yang Chen's explanation. It made the women vaguely understand that their husband was far from as simple as they saw now. This could be seen from the unimaginable heavenly tribulation. Chapter 942. Just when Yang Chen explained the mystery of the heaven and earth law to his four wives, the young sect master of Taishimin, Li Liheng, was also telling the sect master and several other core elders about his feelings before he fell into a coma. In Li Liheng's memory, before he fell into a coma, he seemed to be in a world of lightning and thunder. Everywhere was being destroyed and shattered. Everything around him was something he had never seen before. In particular, the scene he saw at the last moment before he fell into a coma. A living white dragon swallowed him before he was smashed by lightning. The familiar voice of the predecessor. He could not forget it for the rest of his life. Let you improve your cultivation base. Sect Master Li chewed on the message passed by the predecessor. Li Liheng had told him everything, not leaving out a single word. Therefore, the last half of the senior's words were really worth pondering. This old man has a lot. What did this mean? A lot of what? Cultivation method? Or experience? Or was it experience? The predecessor's words were not finished, but the meaning expressed was really too exciting. If it was just Li Liheng's story, it may not make Sect Master Li and several other core elders pay so much attention. However, the situation at the time was that the small courtyard where Li Liheng, the young sect master of Taishimin, lived was like suffering from a heavenly tribulation. Except for Li Liheng, everyone else, everything was turned into powder. Within a radius of 200 feet, except for Li Liheng, there was no living thing left. The strangest thing was that even several Deshang stage elders who were exchanging their cultivation experiences hundreds of feet away did not notice any traces of raging spiritual power. On the contrary, they felt a tyrannical spiritual awareness sweeping across the world. Several of the elders of the Deshang stage were almost kneeling on the ground by this sudden spiritual awareness. The courtyard of the young sect master was, of course, arranged in the core area. It was precisely because of this that the fleeting and tyrannical divine sense was also detected by all the experts within a radius of several hundred meters. Unfortunately, the masters of the Deshang stage were so scared that they almost knelt down, and those ordinary Yuanying stage masters made a fool of themselves on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen of them fainted from fright. The rest of them stood rooted to the ground, frightened out of their wits. It took a long time for them to return to normal. Li Liheng was a junior in the Jiedan stage. Even if the Taishimin worked together to cheat for him, they couldn't make several Deshang stage elders feel this way, nor could they scare other people in this area like this. Moreover, it was impossible for Li Liheng to cheat. Many of the elders, including the sect master, had personally experienced that moment. After regaining their consciousness, everyone speculated about it. The only explanation was that the senior who sent out the divine sense was definitely not an expert of this world. Of course, only the sect master and a few core elders came to this conclusion. Everyone else was kept in the dark. This incident that happened in Taishimen was akin to a small-scale disaster, and it completely attracted the attention of all the higher-ups. Those higher-ups who didn't know the reason also sensed an unusual aura from it. The entire matter was suppressed by the higher-ups with the toughest order. All the disciples who knew about this matter all swore an inner demon oath that they would never spread it out and were forbidden to discuss it. The incident happened in a hurry, and the higher-ups didn't even give the most basic explanation and hurriedly issued such an order. Many ordinary elders were vaguely aware that perhaps the young sect master Li Liheng was not the illegitimate son of sect master Li, as everyone guessed. The reason why the higher-ups valued Li Liheng so much was definitely related to this matter. Suddenly, many people looked at Li Liheng with new eyes, and they no longer dared to speak ill of him behind his back like before, nor did they dare to speculate privately. They were all waiting in awe to see what kind of surprise the young sect master would bring. The unknown senior wanted Li Liheng to improve his cultivation base. No one understood this request wrongly. All the insiders unanimously believed that what the senior wanted Li Liheng to improve was definitely the cultivation base of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method. This time, the higher-ups of Taishimen began to feel embarrassed. To improve the cultivation base of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, the first condition was to solve the problem of Li Liheng's unexplained coma. And to solve this problem, it was necessary to use the spirit congealing pill. The embarrassing place was here. Although Taishimen had spent a lot of money and exchanged the 7th grade fire seed for the pill recipe of Yang Chen's spirit congealing pill, and the masters of the medicinal hall also unanimously believed that the pill recipe was true. Yang Chen also swore that this pill recipe was true, but the pill recipe was in hand. The medicinal materials were in hand, but the spirit congealing pill could not be refined. Yang Chen's retreat had been for 18 years, plus the previous years of research. Dozens of masters of Taishimen's medicinal hall had been studying the refining method of this spirit congealing pill for more than 20 years. The result made the higher-ups vomit blood. It could almost be said that they got nothing. What was the purpose of buying the pill recipe before? It was not to get rid of the dependence on Yangchen. But now the whole thing went around a big circle, and then the higher-ups of Taishimen helplessly found that they had to turn to Yangchen in the end. Not to mention whether Yangchen would agree to refine pills for Taishimen in a short time. The price to be paid for this alchemy would definitely make the Taishimen feel pain. The higher-ups simply hated the bunch of trash in the medicinal hall. It was such a simple matter. They had the pill recipe and the medicinal ingredients in their hands, but they couldn't even refine a lousy pill. The sect had really raised this group of trash in vain. Of course, this could only be thought in their hearts, and it was impossible to say it out loud. But what happened in Li Liheng's courtyard made sect Master Li and the core executives determined that no matter what price they had to pay, they must let Yangchen refine enough pills. No matter how big the price was, it was worth it. As long as they could establish a connection with that predecessor, whether it was cultivation or alchemy refining, they could get unprecedented guidance. The time when Chunyang Palace became the only super sect seemed to be predictable. This was not the assumption of sect Master Li alone, but the common understanding of all the core elders who knew the inside story. The arduous task, of course, fell to Mao Qi, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, who had dealt with Yang Chen many times. This kind of thing Mao Qi would not give up. The authorization given to Mao Qi by the higher-ups of Taishimen was that, no matter the cost, as long as it could be done, he should promise Yang Chen. However, when Mao Qi accepted the task and left, his face was not so relaxed. The leaving figure looked completely like a hero who was going to die generously, only singing "The wind is bleak, the water is cold" in his mouth. Chapter 943. Yang Chen didn't know what kind of shock his sudden whim brought to the Taishimen at that time. He didn't know that the power of the Thunder Tribulation was even reflected to the Taishimen sect through that spiritual awareness imprint. He was now preparing to enter heaven. The wedding night that had been delayed for 18 years was finally about to become a reality. In the memory of his previous life, he didn't know how many immortals wanted to have a double cultivation with the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy. Even the sect master of the Shantian sect. The new Jade Emperor was no exception. Unfortunately, they could only think about it, and it was impossible to become a reality. But in front of him, the thing that countless people dreamed of would soon happen to Yangchen. Since everyone had been promoted to the yuanying stage, then the life between husband and wife would naturally happen naturally. It was impossible for the husband and wife to be together and start double cultivation without doing anything. Everything needed to be familiar with the process. The previous highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra had made the four women accustomed to ordinary contact with Yangchen. So now it was time to familiarize themselves with the process of deeper contact. The four women were a little shy, but Shi Shanshan was decisive. Seeing that the women did not speak, she stood up, then bit her lip, reached out, and pulled Yangchen to a palace in the back. When Shi Shanshan's snow-white skin was revealed when she slowly took off her robe, even Yangchen couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Shi Shanshan's delicate body could not see a trace of flaws. Perfect skin color, perfect lines, and perfect facial features, no matter from which angle. It was a perfect work of art. Yangchen's hand gently touched Shi Shanshan's skin and immediately caused a small tremor. On Shi Shanshan's delicate skin, there was also a small pimple. He slowly hugged Shi Shanshan and kissed her cherry lips. Smelling Shi Shanshan's fragrant breath, Yangchen suddenly had a surreal feeling. How did I, Yangchen, gain your favor? Yangchen couldn't help but whisper in Shi Shanshan's ear. This sentence seemed to detonate the bomb in Shi Shanshan's body. Shi Shanshan suddenly took the initiative. Her hands quickly took off Yangchen's clothes, and then she threw herself into Yangchen's arms. Her delicate body was as hot as fire, and there was no resemblance to the title of Winter Plum Fairy. The candlelight flickered. Both of them were cultivators, and their wedding night lasted for an entire day and night. Yangchen and Shi Shanshan were also immersed in the pleasure that was not of cultivation, and they were almost unable to extricate themselves. To Yangchen's surprise, Shi Shanshan actually cultivated the art of inner charm, which really gave Yangchen a surprise. The cold plum fairy, who was cold and didn't give anyone a good face outside, seemed to be completely open in front of Yangchen and became a passionate beauty. The beauty of it was not known to outsiders. With the first one, there was naturally a second one. However, Yangchen took the initiative and pulled Gao Yu to spend the second time in their wedding night. Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan's feelings were completely different. It was the joy of a long-cherished wish of 10,000 years being fulfilled. Hugging his master's charming body in his arms, Yangchen wished he could be one with his master. Next was senior sister Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling's performance was relatively less intense, but she was very dependent on Yangchen. No matter what method Yangchen used, she was willing and obedient. The most mischievous was Sun Qingxue, who was also the last wife of Yangchen to become a woman. She had complete trust in Yangchen, and she also completely gave herself to Yangchen. Even Sun Qingxue sometimes took the initiative to let Yangchen taste some novel tastes. In just half a month, the four wives took turns to become real women, and they really became Yangchen's women. To Yangchen's surprise, all four women had practiced the art of bedroom. Although no one said it, they all wanted to give Yangchen the most wonderful feeling. Let Yangchen's several wedding candles, happy really like immortals. This kind of paradise life, Yangchen and the four women spent half a year in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. When the husband and wife were completely familiar with each other, and the four women's understanding of the heaven and earth integration method was also in place, Yangchen and the four women began to cultivate together. Each of the four women had cultivated the original cultivation method of their respective attributes, and when they cooperated with Yangchen, they simply complemented each other. For the next 2 years, Yangchen and the 4 wives spent their time cultivating together while consolidating their respective cultivation bases. Calculating the time, Yang Qin finally discussed the future cultivation with the 4 women. According to Yang Qin, although the 4 women were now considered to have a very good cultivation base, there was still a long way to go from the real Tao heart of iron, and they still needed very hard tempering. For Yang Chen's statement, none of the 4 wives would have any objection. Yang Chen's many statements and practices had proved that he was right. As his wife, Yang Chen would never harm them, so they all nodded. If it was just a simple ascension, the 4 women would follow their current cultivation and persevere, and it would be a natural thing to cross the tribulation and ascend. However, things were not so simple. Yang Qin knew that the world after ascension was not such a peaceful world, and the competition was even more cruel than the mortal world. Originally, according to the cultivation trajectory of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, they would slowly show the ruthless side of the enemy after ascension, and also let the spiritual world and the immortal world truly recognize the prestige of the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy. However, in the previous life, the 2 women had also paid a painful price in the spiritual world. Although it was not as serious as this time, their cultivation base was abolished, but they had also been seriously injured, and each had hundreds of years of painful healing experience. The reason why the 2 women were so seriously injured in their previous lives was that when they first entered the spiritual world, they had no experience of fierce fighting at all. Yang Qin didn't want his daughters, who were already his wives, to have such a painful experience again, so naturally he had to eliminate everything in the cradle. Since everyone was already a Yuanying stage ancestor, there was a place that was most suitable for honing the Tao heart and killing experience of the women. Before, Yang Qin had also heard the name of that place from the mouth of the ascended Laning, the demon continent. In his previous life, Yang Qin did not have the experience of going to the demon continent, but he also knew from some people in the spiritual world that it was a continent full of killing and fighting. There was no distinction between good and evil. There was no distinction between races. There was only endless killing and the sharpening of the strong. The masters who had fought in the demon continent had become strong after ascending. How could Yang Qin let go of this kind of place where he could gain experience in the mortal world? Chapter 944. However, the demon continent was not a place that could be visited easily. Not to mention anything else, just going back and forth on the road. Even if Yang Chen was now promoted to the Yuanying stage and the shuttle was faster, it was estimated that it would take 10 years. This was not counting the time of experience, so if he wanted to go, it would take at least 50 years. Moreover, this was not counting that after a few people were promoted to the Yuanying stage, they must return to the sect to leave their life jade tablet. The Yuanying stage ancestor was a treasure for any sect, and it could not be lost casually. Leaving the life jade tablet could know the life and death of their own Yuanying stage ancestor, and at the same time, when necessary, they could also rely on the life jade tablet to track the whereabouts of their own Yuanying stage disciples. This was a step that all disciples who were promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor and had a sect must take, and Yang Qin was no exception, even more so for the 4 women. Therefore, it was inevitable to go back to the sect. Everyone was not alone in the sect. Everyone had accepted apprentices, so it was also necessary to instruct apprentices. It would take at least a few years for all these things to be taken care of. Therefore, going to the demon continent was only the plan of Yang Chen's family, and it could not be implemented for the time being. However, there was one thing that had to be done immediately. After the Dragon Clan treasure house was collected by Xiao Tian, there was no need to stay here. Yang Chen already had a dragon palace in his hand, so naturally he had to collect this and integrate it with the dragon palace. Xiao Tian had been sleeping after swallowing the dragon bead. Yang Chen controlled the dragon pagoda and placed it on the octagonal base of his dragon palace. Then, with the help of Xiao Tian's body, he controlled the dragon palace and began to integrate the dragon palace treasure house. Since he was already in the Yuanying stage, it was easier to control. Although he had to rely on Xiao Tian for the whole process, Xiao Tian was his own spiritual pet and was still in a coma. It was not too difficult for Yang Chen's consciousness to remotely control it. The only difficulty was that it required a lot of spiritual power. However, on the complete East China Sea map, there was no problem of insufficient spiritual power at all. With the help of the women, it only took a few months to collect the treasure house. At this point, apart from some seabed elixirs in the East China Sea, there was nothing that Yang Chen needed to pay special attention to. Yang Chen released the shuttle, took the 4 ladies, found the direction, and flew to the nearest green jade Immortal Island. The speed of the shuttle was unprecedentedly fast, even beyond the speed of the previous shuttle plus the water dividing wings. From here to the green jade Immortal Island, it took only 2 or 3 months to arrive, which was twice as fast as before. The return of Shi Shanshan directly caused a sensation in the green jade Immortal Island. Previously, Hu Qianyi's matter was too big, so much so that almost all the cultivators in the world knew that the cold plum fairy's cultivation was abolished, and she was also seriously injured. All the people who have seen Shi Shanshan stayed at the time, although they didn't say it, but they all felt that Shi Shanshan was hopeless. Of course, with Yang Chen as her fiancé, she might be able to save her life and recover from her injuries. No one doubted this. Maybe she could cultivate again. However, it was simply impossible to restore the cold plum fairy's cultivation in a short period of time. Needless to say, it was impossible for the cold plum fairy's cultivation to reach the next level. 99 out of 100 people who had seen Shi Shanshan had the same attitude. Therefore, when Shi Shanshan stood in front of everyone again, not only was her injury healed, but she was also successfully promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor. It directly made a lot of people stay in place for a long time, stunned and speechless. After a long time, the Lord Tantai and the few great elders were the first to recover. Shi Shanshan's master, Song Huan, rushed to the front of Shi Shanshan. She was so surprised that she wished she could touch Shi Shanshan's body with her hands to make sure that everything she saw was real. In fact, as soon as Shi Shanshan released the aura of the Yuanying stage ancestor, everyone present already knew that Shi Shanshan had been promoted to the Yuanying stage. Since she had been promoted to the Yuanying stage, the previous injuries and the cultivation base were naturally all good, and there was no need for any inspection at all. But the concept left before was really too desperate, so there would be such a behavior of a group of masters from the Green Jade Immortal Island. After the shock, what was left was a deep surprise. The cold plum fairy, Shi Shanshan, could be said to be the disciple with the best qualifications in the sect. Her recovery almost announced that the sect had no loss at all this time. Not only that, but the successful recovery of Shi Shanshan also meant that she had a place in front of her husband, Yang Chen. A son-in-law of a 5th-grade alchemist master could definitely make the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island wake up from their sleep, although they have not enjoyed the taste of sleep for a long time. Of course, Shi Shanshan was now a woman, and everyone could see this. But so what if not so? How could Yang Chen be firmly grasped? The Taishamen suffered a big loss this time. Not only did they bear the loss of reputation, but they also lost a Desheng stage master, Hu Qianyi, and by the way, there was a great elder, plus dozens of Yuanying stage masters and hundreds of Jedon stage masters. If the compensation of the Taishamen was counted before, the Taishamen could be said to have suffered a double loss. Everyone understood who caused such a miracle. He was a guest himself, and now he was the savior of Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen naturally became the most distinguished guest of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Including the Lord of Tantai, they were all respectful to Yang Chen, and the more they looked at him, the more they liked him. The other 3 wives of Yang Chen were naturally also received with a grand reception. Shi Shanshan was taken by her master, Song Huan, and hurried to the ancestral hall to worship the ancestors, and at the same time went to the Hall of Heroes to leave her life jade token. The Green Jade Immortal Island almost celebrated because of the strong return of Shi Shanshan. Later, under the dissuasion of several great elders, There was no big fanfare, just a simple celebration by the high-level members. He could pull back Shan, who was on the verge of death, and not only her injury was healed, but her cultivation base was also raised to a higher level. Such a genius doctor. How could people not be crazy about him? What's more, Yang Chen still had a big killer weapon in his hands, the effect of the appearance pill. At least 5 of the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island have already experienced it. Counting Shan, that was the 6th. A living example was placed in front of them. These female cultivators could deliberately maintain the image of a master, which was already comparable to the difficulty of fighting with the Taishaman. In the VIP hall to welcome the distinguished guests, the Lord of Tantai had recovered his calmness and asked in detail about the experiences of Yang Chen and the women over the years. Yang Chen was not too detailed, but he did not skip it. He roughly said some of his experiences, which was enough to deal with it. In the end, the Lord of Tantai asked solemnly, Yang Chen, how can I refine the appearance pill? Chapter 945. This was not what the Lord of Tantai needed. The appearance pill that Yang Chen gave to the Lord of Tantai last time were all refined with 10,000 years of spirit medicine. In the mortal world, it could make people look young forever. The Lord of Tantai's words were asked for the millions of disciples under the command of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It couldn't be helped. Only the 5 of them enjoyed such great benefits. It would be abnormal if the people below were not noisy. As a woman, the Lord of Tantai certainly knew better than Yang Chen the fatal attraction of this appearance pill for female cultivators. Therefore, she must take advantage of this time to ask clearly. Even if she couldn't get it immediately, she had to fight for a chance for her own disciples. After being with the ladies for a long time, she naturally talked about this topic. Yang Chen now understood how much trouble he had caused for himself by introducing the appearance pill at this time. However, at the time, if he didn't take it out, Sun Qingxue and Shan didn't even have the minimum confidence. So Yang Chen couldn't think too much about it. Since things had already happened, Yang Chen would naturally not refuse. However, Fairy Chong, Yi's appearance pill, was not so easy to get. Yang Chen could only use the inferior appearance pill of the 9 Heavens fairy to deal with it. Moreover, the medicinal materials couldn't be replaced with this extremely precious 10,000 years old elixir. Even so, this appearance pill was destined to be expensive. It couldn't be helped Yang Chen alone. Even if he didn't do anything every day and specialized in refining the appearance pill, he couldn't meet the needs of all the female cultivators in the world. What's more, even if it was the inferior Millennium Elixir, it was still a Millennium Elixir. How many could there be in this world? After I return to the sect, I will take some time to refine a batch of low-level appearance pills and sell them at Wanbao Tower. After making the decision, Yang Chen didn't mind spreading the news as soon as possible. It was a form of publicity for Wanbao Tower. The specific price will be decided by Senior Brother Shangguan of Wanbao Tower. With just this sentence, Shangguan Feng had become the favorite friend of all female cultivators, second only to Yang Chen. The number of appearance pill quotas which Wanbao Tower branch would be allocated was all up to Shanghai Feng. Which female cultivator doesn't want to make friends with Shangguan Feng? Which female cultivator didn't have a few confidants? These people, without exception, all praised Shangguan Feng highly. Although it was impossible to meet everyone's needs, at least there was a stable channel to buy the appearance pill in the future. The Lord of Tantai was also relatively satisfied. Next, the guests and the host were naturally happy. Shan also came back and sat next to Yang Chen. Her every move was very respectful and obedient, giving Yang Chen enough face. After staying in the Green Jade Immortal Island for almost a month, Yang Chen took his master, senior sister, and Sun Qingxue to fly to the Blue Cloud sect. Shan had to stay in the sect to deal with some affairs, and at the same time, she had to continue to receive some guidance in the sect. It was almost the same reaction as when Shan returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island. The people of the Blue Cloud sect saw the living Sun Qingxue and saw Sun Qingxue, who had become a Yuanying stage ancestor, and their eyes almost popped out. Before, there had been a vague news from the Green Jade Immortal Island, saying that the Cold Plum Fairy had returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Dancing Snow Fairy was also there, but not many people knew the specific situation. When Yang Chen's family stayed in the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud sect had been waiting for them. It was not easy to wait for them to return to the sect, who knew that when they met, it was an unforgettable surprise. Elder Hua Wanting, just like Sun Qingxue's mother, carefully looked at Sun Qingxue up and down, for fear that she would still leave a trace of hidden danger. This disciple of her own was not as good as the cultivation of Shi Shanshan at the beginning. So in Hu Qinyi's attack, she was not as seriously injured as Shi Shanshan. But it was worth mentioning that even with Hu Qinyi's Deshang stage cultivation base, when he was alone with Sun Qingxue, he did not let her be caught intact, which was already the highest praise for Sun Qingxue. Even if the injury was not as heavy as Shi Shanshan's, in the eyes of the Blue Cloud sect, the best result for Sun Qingxue was a waste of her cultivation base. With Yang Chen, maybe she could cultivate again after recovering from the injury. But no one thought that there would be such a big surprise. In just 20 years, all the injuries of Sun Qingxue were cured, and she was promoted to the Yuanying stage. Even if the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill could treat the injuries of the masters of the Deshang stage, after all, they were masters of the Deshang stage, their bodies were incomparably strong, swallowing the medicinal pill would not cause a backlash. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue in the Jiedon stage could not withstand the medicinal qi of the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill at all. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen still successfully cured the injuries of the two women and improved their cultivation base. The mystery of this made people feel expectant when they thought about it. However, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect also knew that this kind of thing belonged to Yang Chen's exclusive secret method, and it was absolutely impossible to ask. However, this did not prevent them from asking their own disciple Sun Qingxue. Naturally, this was a matter for the future. The urgent matter was to entertain Yang Chen's family. Shi Shanshan was not there, and with the friendship between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, it was not a big deal. But Yang Chen could not be neglected. The grand posture of the Blue Cloud sect was almost the same as that of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even the question asked by Sect Master Lu during the dinner was the same. The Blue Cloud sect was also dominated by female disciples, and the demand for the appearance pill would never be less than that of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Therefore, Yang Chen has not yet refined the appearance pill, and Shanghai Feng has become the object of the two sects' efforts. The favor of the two sect made Shanghai Feng feel pain and happiness. Also, after staying in the Blue Cloud sect for a month, Yang Chen left with his master and sister and rushed back to Chunying Palace. At this time, the news of the return of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy at the same time had spread among the cultivators. Even the promotion of the two women to the Yuanying stage was not concealed. For a while, it caused a burst of exclamation from the various sect. Yang Chen ignored the surprise of these friends, drove the shuttle, and quickly returned to Chunying Palace. The head of the palace took all the elders and Yuanying stage masters out to greet them. They had long heard about the return of Yang Chen's family of 5, but they had not waited for them. Now they finally saw Yang Chen appear in front of them with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. The 3 Yuanying stage masters, the real Yuanying stage masters, but the head of the palace nodded and said with a slight, choking voice, "Good, good." There was nothing else to say. The masters of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, Wang Yong and Gao Shiren, also looked at their own disciples with unspeakable pride. In the end, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen's head. This was the talent that made the entire Chunying Palace fly high, the Qilin of Chunying Palace. Chapter 946. Yang Chen did not say much detail about where he retreated to the master of the palace and the ancestors. He just said that he refined a special medicinal pill and then tried his best to restore the cultivation base of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy. As for everyone's collective promotion to the realm of the Yuaning stage ancestors, it was because of the long-term retreat and the joint double cultivation. In addition to the heaven and earth law, Yang Qin also prepared a relatively ordinary but superior double cultivation method in the mortal world, which was used to fudge. There were many things except for the husband and wife. Other people could not know too much. Even the master of the palace was no exception. At this point, Yang Qin had already made it clear to his 4 wives. In fact, the 4 women also knew that the things that Yang Qin gave them, any one of them was enough to let the entire world of cultivators stage a crazy killing and robbing. Not flaunting one's wealth was not only applicable to mortals, it was also applicable in the world of cultivators. In any case, Chunyang Palace had 3 more human Yuaning stage ancestors, which was not a trivial matter. It must be known that in the past, there were only 8 Yuaning stage ancestors in Chunyang Palace at most, and there was one who was loyal to Taishimen. Later, although many Yuaning stage ancestors were recruited, there were still many monster race people, and the human Yuaning stage ancestors were a minority. In the years that Yang Chen was not there, the changes in Chunyang Palace were simply changing with each passing day. The newly joined disciples with good qualifications from the people have begun to show their talents temporarily, and thousands of people have reached the Jeton stage. Compared with the poor hundreds of people in the past, and it has not increased for a long time, it was simply like heaven and earth. The Hall of Eccentrics was developing even more rapidly. There were almost a dozen Yuaning stage masters who had reached the peak Yuaning stage. Each person received a questioning inner heart pill and began to retreat. As long as they waited for the exit, maybe there would be a few more masters of the Deshang stage in the sect. There were more people in the Jeton stage, so that in the past few decades, every year, there would be 1 or 2 monster race people in the peak Jeton stage with the help of the 2nd grade inner sensing pill. The total number of nascent soul cultivators in Chunyang Palace was close to 200. This force alone made many sect members afraid. Of course, there was more envy and jealousy, who asked their sect to not have a 5th grade alchemist. It could be said that the achievements of Chunyang Palace were absolutely inseparable from Yang Qin. Now, even without the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, Chunyang Palace could be regarded as a quasi-first-class sect, and it was also a force that could not be ignored. Recently, 2 small sects nearby had even wanted to come over and join Chunyang Palace. These things were naturally decided by the head of the palace and the elders. Yang Qin also had a lot of things to do when he came back. First, he followed the palace master Zhang Jiao and the master ancestor to the ancestral hall, and then went to the Hall of Heroes to leave his life source jade card. When he reached the realm of the Yuaning stage ancestor, he already had the strength to completely put his own spiritual awareness imprint into the life source jade card for long-term preservation. Each jade card was engraved with the name of the owner of the jade card. Once something went wrong, he could quickly figure out which one it was. The current Hall of Heroes was no longer just a handful of life source jade cards in the past. There were hundreds of life source jade cards, neatly arranged, hanging on the most conspicuous wall. As long as one looked at it, there was a kind of natural pride. This was the master of their own sect. After finishing these official formalities, Yang Chen stayed alone to meet with the head of the palace and several core elders. Yang Chen congratulated everyone one by one. There was no way not to congratulate him. Not only Yang Chen's cultivation base had advanced, but everyone present had improved their cultivation base. Even Xiao Ming and Su Qingxin, who had just been promoted, seemed to have improved a small realm, reaching the peak of the early Yuaning stage. In a few decades, they would be able to enter the middle Yuaning stage. Elder Gao Shiren was already at the limit of the peak Yuaning stage. Yang Chen looked at him, Maybe he would cross his tribulation Deshang stage in the next 10 or 20 years. At that time, this would be another master of the Chunying Palace who had cultivated to the Deshang stage. While the strength of the Chunying Palace would rise to a higher level, it would also increase its attractiveness. Who could refuse a sect that could bring so many masters of the Deshang stage? Who didn't want to join such a sect? The reason why those super big sect made people flock to it, wasn't it because there were more cultivation resources and the prospects of cultivation were more attractive? However, the masters of the super sect themselves were disciples with excellent cultivation qualifications, and it was natural to have high achievements. But several elders of the Chunying Palace, including Wang Yong and Gao Shiren, had no hope at all before letting such a cultivator be promoted. It was even more rare for Chunying Palace. After some congratulations, Yang Qin talked to the head of the palace about the appearance pill. This appearance pill was originally a medicinal pill refined by Yang Qin. How he wanted to deal with it, everyone naturally had no opinion. It's a pity to sell it at a price. The head of the palace was worthy of being an old fox. He rolled his eyes and directly came up with an idea. Take a few out each time, auction them everywhere, and the highest price will get it. And the base price must include some of the medicinal materials you need. As soon as this idea came out, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, wouldn't those who wanted the appearance pill go crazy? If Yang Chen divided the appearance pill into grades, the low level would use the Millennium Elixir, the intermediate would use the Thousands of Years Elixir, and the high level would use the 10,000 Years Elixir. It could definitely meet the needs of cultivators at all levels. It could be imagined that when this appearance pill was launched, Wanbao Tower would definitely become a new dark horse that could be comparable to a few big firms. Others did not dare to suppress it. Otherwise, they would have to bear the condemnation of countless female cultivators and the crazy attacks of those female cultivators. The Banyan Tree Immortal's cave was now completely in the hands of Chunying Palace, and Ho Yin was still there. The first would true essence spiritual solution could be collected in the Immortal's cave, so it could not be easily given up. It just happened to be an outer sect of Chunying Palace. There were not many things that Yang Qin needed to know in the other sect. On the other hand, the Blue Cloud sect had already gotten the batch of questioning inner heart pills given by Yang Qin and paid the remuneration on time. These things were kept by the head of the palace for Yang Qin, and it just happened to be returned to Yang Qin now. In these years, the Blue Cloud sect had a Yuanying stage master who crossed the tribulation and reached the Deshang stage, and the Green Jade Immortal Island also had one, which put a lot of pressure on the Taishaman. Other sects were increasing their Deshang stage masters. Only the Taishaman were constantly losing. For Yang Qin, this was also good news. However, he believed that the Taishaman would soon come to him. Sure enough, the head of the palace told Yang Qin that the Taishaman's Foreign Affairs Hall Master Mao Qi had been waiting for Yang Qin for 2 years. Chapter 947. This time, Mao Qi did not wait for the news after notifying the Taishaman. Instead, he stayed in Chunying Palace, waiting for Yang Chen's return. Hall Master Mao's performance this time was excellent, and his patience was beyond everyone's expectations. Those who knew the reputation of Hall Master Mao of the Taishaman were really shocked. Even Hall Master Mao of the Taishaman behaved like this. Those who came to ask for elixirs were naturally well-behaved and cautious, for fear that their words would anger someone in Chunying Palace, and their chances of getting elixirs would be completely slim. Such a wait, the intentions of the Greatest Heaven sect were simply clear. Of course, the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect, who were about to have their turn, did not want it. No matter how powerful the Taishaman were, they could not be unreasonable, right? They asked for more than once, and it was a turn that could only be filled once in a few decades. How could it be so easy? Of course, the two sects sent people to negotiate when they received the news. After all kinds of persuasion, Mao Qi almost swore with the inner demon that they would never take the opportunity of the two sect this time, but they wanted Yang Qin to make an extra move. and they gave the Five Elements sect and the Qinquan sect a lot of benefits, which reluctantly made the two sects stop pursuing this matter. But there was a prerequisite. If Yang Chen did not agree, then everything would not be mentioned. Even if he had to fall out with the Taishaman, he would not hesitate. Those who broke the rules would always be attacked by those who obeyed the rules. No matter how powerful the Taishaman were, it was impossible to compete with the joint power of the four sect. To be honest, Mao Qi was indeed ready to cut off all means of retreat and let Yang Chen cheat him for the last time. After this time, he did not want to see Yang Chen again, unless it was before he killed Yang Chen. After seeing the power of the sect's young master, Li Liheng, Mao Qi firmly believed in the cultivation of spiritual sense across realms. With the guidance of a senior from the spiritual realm, the sect would definitely prosper. Compared to this ultimate goal, the worldly possessions that Yang Chen wanted were not worth mentioning at all. When Yang Chen sat opposite Mao Qi, he could clearly see the madness in Mao Qi's eyes. It seemed that the trick he played during the tribulation was enough to make the Taishaman make up their minds. Grandmaster Yang, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. Mao Qi knew that Yang Chen would never hold back, and he would never be afraid of the strength of the Taishaman. So after taking a sip of tea, he said directly, "My sect requires spirit congealing pill. You name a price." Spirit congealing pill? A playful smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he looked at Mao Qi and asked, "Didn't I already sell you the pill recipe? What? Could it be that you think the pill formula is fake?" "Don't worry," this younger generation junior swore by the heart demon. "When I was crossing the thunder tribulation, I didn't swear. The pill formula given to the senior is absolutely genuine." Of course, Mao Qi discovered that Yang Chen was already a Yuanying stage ancestor, and he even knew that Yang Chen's 4 wives had already been promoted to the Yuanying stage. At this point, Mao Qi could only be envious. Who told him not to have a 5th-grade alchemist master around him to help him at all costs? Looking at this situation, not to mention the promotion to the Yuanying stage, even if he crossed the tribulation, it was not impossible for him to ascend. The authenticity of the pill formula, the masters of the Taishaman's medicinal hall have already identified it. There was no doubt that it was absolutely true. And what Yang Chen said today also proved this point. Swearing by the heart demon when crossing the tribulation, the oath would definitely be fulfilled. Once the oath was violated, the heart demon would definitely be born during the tribulation. It was already the minimum that one could die. Usually, they would turn into flying ash and completely disappear from this world. Yang Chen's words made Mao Qi's face turn red. What else could he say? He said that his own medicinal hall had raised a group of idiots, dozens of Yuanying stage masters, 3rd and 4th grade alchemist masters, and they couldn't refine a spirit congealing pill? However, these words were not said, and Yang Chen was also aware of it. Since it was something that everyone had a tacit understanding about, they might as well put it out in the open. "Grandmaster, it's really brilliant. This time, I, Taishaman, admit defeat." Mao Qi straightforwardly admitted his failure. He took the pill formula but couldn't refine the medicinal pill. It was shameful, but it seemed that it was not a big deal to lose face in front of a 5th-grade alchemist master. After several times of contact with Yang Chen, Mao Qi's face was now thick to a certain extent. At least when he listened to Yang Chen's half-teasing and half-truth words, he could still sit in the same place and drink tea instead of getting up and leaving, which explained everything. After admitting defeat, Mao Qi also directly made another request. "Enough to treat my young sect master's spirit congealing pill. Grandmaster, you name a price." Yang Chen stared at Mao Qi's eyes and seemed to want to see the bottom line of the Taishaman from Mao Qi's eyes. Mao Qi did not hesitate to look at Yang Chen, but everyone was a master of the Yuanying stage. It was impossible for Mao Qi to overwhelm Yang Chen with his momentum. 7th grade fire seed, do you still have it? Yang Chen was not verbose and asked directly, "If you have it, 2 kinds of deal." Mao Qi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and sprayed it on Yang Chen's face. What do you think a 7th grade fire seed is? Do you think you can have it if you want it? Taishanmen have a big business. Collecting 4 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds is already the limit. How can they take it out again? Moreover, even if there is a 7th grade fire seed, can you give it to Yang Chen, and Yang Chen, can you use it? Mao Qi was very uncomfortable with Yang Chen's practice of occupying something that was useless to him. Instead of asking for something that could not be used at all, it was better to ask for something that could actually improve his cultivation base or better magic weapon. Even if Taishanmen were talented, this 7th grade fire seed has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and only a few disciples could control it. Even if Yang Chen was powerful, Mao Qi didn't think that Yang Chen had this ability. Yang Chen asked for a 7th grade fire seed. Mao Qi wanted to punch Yang Chen to the ground and teach him a lesson. This 7th grade fire seed, there is really no more. Anger was anger, but Mao Qi would still suppress his emotions and said, as calmly as possible, change it to something else. In that case, Yang Chen touched his chin. His fingers moved slowly on his chin, as if stroking his non-existent beard. After thinking about it, he said again, then how about 10 kinds of true essence, 1 for each? There were some kinds of spirit power that Yang Chen had not collected, so if he could get a full set from Taishanmen, it would also be a good thing. When he heard this, Mao Qi stumbled and fell in front of Yang Chen. 10 kinds of true essence, 1 for each? Sure enough, in order to collect a little 5th earth true essence, Taishanmen spent hundreds of years to arrange it, but later they failed and even offended the 5 Elements sect. 10 kinds, are you kidding me? Chapter 948. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Mao Qi did not feel embarrassed in front of Yang Chen, but said with confidence and assurance, Origin True Essence, didn't you already have a kind of 6th Earth True Essence last time? In addition, if there is no origin cultivation method, this origin true essence can't be used so easily. Mao Qi's words were not exaggerated at all. There was no origin spiritual power, and he was not a talented monster. If he forcibly absorbed the origin spiritual power, there was only one end, exploding and dying. There was no exception. This was also a reminder to Yang Chen that he wanted something practical, and not always this kind of extremely precious but unusable waste. You can't use it, but it doesn't mean that this junior can't use it. Yang Chen smiled and explained to Mao Qi, adding a little bit of it in some medicinal pills is enough to make the medicinal pill be reborn. The drum did not need a heavy hammer, and smart people did not need a second sentence. Mao Qi immediately understood Yang Chen's plan. Of course, this was the concept that Yang Chen deliberately gave him. No. Mao Qi shook his head firmly. Originally, he was ready to be taken advantage of, but he was not ready to be taken advantage of by Yang Chen. 10 kinds of origin spiritual power. Even Taishanmen couldn't gather them all. How many are there? The missing part can be discussed. You can use other things to replace it. Yang Chen said with a smile, with a very experienced bargaining look. No more. Mao Qi shook his head again and replied resolutely, the only one has been given to you last time. There is really no other. Change it to something else. Hall Master Mao is not sincere. Yang Chen shook his head and said very disapprovingly, in that case, there is nothing to talk about. His hand began to make a gesture of tea, and he planned to send the guest off. How could Mao Qi let this negotiation collapse? Of course, he had to do his best to reach an agreement. Seeing that Yang Chen was going to serve tea, he hurriedly reached out to stop Yang Chen, regardless of the dignity of a yuanying stage master, and hurriedly said, There is really no origin true essence. Even if there is, it has already been used up by the elders. The last 6th Earth true essence was left by coincidence. There is really no more. Change it to something else. Losing face was losing face. Mao Qi had already gone all out. This was the last time. There would be no next time. The tone of the words, just now was almost pleading. Senior Mao, this spirit congealing pill is not a great medicinal pill. When Yang Qin said this, Mao Qi was a little vigilant, and he must not let Yang Qin see the slightest. When Yang Qin said this, Mao Qi was a little vigilant. The cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method must not let Yang Qin see a trace of it. But other than that, there didn't seem to be a good explanation. The only possibility was to admit to some rumors. Master, now that things have come to this point, I will not hide it. Mao Qi's heart was set. Anyway, Sect Master Li only wanted the spirit congealing pill. He could only sacrifice his reputation. The young master is the biological son of Sect Master Li of my sect, so, this reason was enough to explain why Mao Qi valued the spirit congealing pill so much, and it was enough to explain everything before. Yang Qin was amused. Looking at Mao Qi, he really didn't know what to say. He could even say this kind of thing. It could be seen that he was forced to a certain extent. That being the case, Yang Qin estimated that he couldn't get what he said before from Mao Qi. He could only take a step back himself. He touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then he said 20 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds that this younger generation junior doesn't have, and 6th grade fire seeds are no problem. Mao Qi hurriedly agreed first, and then continued to ask what else. Taishimen has a long history. There must be some medicine gardens and elixirs left by predecessors more than 100,000 years ago. Yang Qin stared at Mao Qi and said these words, plus the elixirs of such a medicine garden deal. Ugh! Mao Qi almost burped out, but he swallowed it back. The medicine garden and elixir that Yang Qin said the greatest heaven sect really had them. But those elixirs were the bottom of the box goods. Even if they refined the questioning inner heart pills on weekdays, they would not be taken out for use. Yang Qin really dared to think about it. This was what Yang Qin had long considered. The family assets of Taishimen. Yang Qin had heard some people bragging about it in his previous life in the heavenly court. Naturally, he would not be polite at this time. If you can't be satisfied, then don't mention anything. Yang Qin saw that Mao Qi was still a little hesitant and added another sentence. He could now be sure that Taishimen were in urgent need of spirit congealing pills, and he was not worried that they would not agree. Even if they did not agree, it didn't matter. Anyway, the initiative was in his hands. Taishimen saw the hope of the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method, and they would never deal with him at this juncture. This was Yang Qin's confidence. Otherwise, if anyone dared to blackmail Taishimen like this, they would definitely be uprooted by Taishimen, and not even a blade of grass would be left. This time, it was Mao Qi's turn to consider. What Yang Qin wanted was definitely the heart of Taishimen. 10,000 years old elixirs were already very rare. What was the concept of 100,000 years old elixir? It was estimated that the younger generation of the qi refining stage could directly build the foundation just by smelling it. Such a precious thing. Did he really want to give it away? However, looking at Yang Qin in front of him, Mao Qi remembered the time when Yang Qin smiled and said to him that the market had changed. If he refused this time, then the same situation would definitely happen again next time. Although Hall Master Mao had been humble in front of Yang Qin several times, he had already vowed before coming this time that this was the last time and there would be no next time. A 6th grade fire seed was a trivial matter, but the medicine garden and elixirs, even if it was used by the great elder, almost more than 80% of the elders at the top had to pass. Could he really agree? On one side was the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method. On the other side was a medicine garden with elixirs for more than 100,000 years, which was more important. Mao Qi was in a dilemma. Looking at Mao Qi fighting here, Yang Qin was very aware of the situation and did not speak. He has been waiting quietly. In fact, he was also a little excited in his heart. If he could really get such a medicine garden's elixir, it would have a very important effect on his own alchemy skills and expansion of the medicine garden space. Mao Qi sat opposite and thought about it for 2 hours. His body did not move. Although this kind of thing was really common for Yuanying stage masters, Mao Qi was not cultivating, so Yang Qin couldn't help but look forward to it more and more. Alchemy immediately deal. Mao Qi finally made up his mind and chose the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method between the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method and the medicine garden. The sect master said it was just a worldly possession. When he killed Yang Qin, he would take it back. Chapter 949. A promise was a promise. But Mao Qi still put forward a condition that it must be refined immediately. The sooner it was refined, the sooner Li Lihing's injury could be cured, and the sooner the cultivation of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method could be completed. The day I get the reward, the day I start the alchemy. This condition, Yang Qin did not hesitate to choose to agree. Just kidding, 20 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds, plus a medicine garden with more than 100,000 years old and elixir, could definitely make Yang Qin laugh in his dreams. However, empty talk could not be done. Real gold and silver could only be done when it was in hand. Mao Qi immediately set off without saying a word. He had waited for 2 years just for this moment. Anyway, the conditions have been negotiated by himself. At that time, the sect master and a group of core executives also said that they would let him make the decision. There would be no big problem. After returning to the sect, Master Gaoyu began to plan to start refining the dragon horn flying sword, and senior apprentice Sister Gong Sunling also began to train the female apprentice she received, while consolidating her cultivation base. For the time being, life was very peaceful, but the 3 people were now living together openly. Yang Qin was now looking forward to Mao Qi's arrival again than Mao Qi's return. Unfortunately, he was doomed to be disappointed. Mao Qi had already said in secret that he would never see Yang Qin again. Therefore, this time, the things were sent by the other 2 Desheng stage masters. 6th grade fire seeds, Yang Qin checked them one by one and confirmed that he did not have them before he accepted them. Subsequently, the Desheng stage master took out a wooden box from his chinquan bag with great caution and held it in his hand, but did not immediately hand it over to Yang Qin. After pinching it for a moment, it was handed over to Yang Qin. When can we get the medicinal pill? The 2 Desheng stage masters who sent things were obviously planning to wait here to get the medicinal pill. The box had been sent to Yang Qin's hands, but they did not let go but asked Yang Qin. 2 years. Yang Qin said very affirmatively. Now that he has been promoted to the Yuanying stage, the quality and quantity of the spiritual power is more than 10 times more than the Jedon stage, and refining medicinal pills is faster. Don't let anything go wrong. Another master of the great vehicle stage almost threatened to his face. The faces of the palace master and Wang Yong next to him were somewhat ugly. Junior swears by the heart demon that I will definitely do my best to refine pills. Yang Qin casually replied with a great vow of heart demons. Only then did the other party feel relieved. Yang Qin then let go of the wooden box. Here, the head of the palace settled the 2 masters of the Desheng stage, and over there, Yang Qin did not break his promise and directly began to retreat to start alchemy. Since he had promised Taishimin, Yang Qin simply verified the authenticity of the wooden box medicine garden and looked at the elixir inside. He threw the wooden box medicine garden into the pure bottle medicine garden and began to refine pills for Taishimin. Although the pure bottle medicine garden was not as old as the wooden box medicine garden, it had an advantage over the wooden box medicine garden. That was, it had a tool spirit. There was no doubt that Taishimin would not hand over the medicine garden with a tool spirit to Yang Qin. Maybe there were several similar medicine gardens, and this was just the worst one. Even so, the elixir inside had already made Yang Qin speechless. After he got the Xiangyang Mount Medicine Garden, he was already a rich man in elixir. But compared with the inheritance of Taishimin for hundreds of thousands of years, the difference was not a little bit. The heritage of a big sect was far from what Yang Qin could contend with. As Zhu and Abai were more surprised than Yang Qin. If the 2 medicine gardens were combined, the elixir in the wooden box medicine garden alone would be enough to make them improve to another level. Even without Yang Chen's order, Aju and Abai began to swallow the wooden box medicine garden. However, this wooden box medicine garden was so old, and it was not known how many masters had refined it before and after. It was almost impossible to swallow it smoothly. Yang Chen also knew this. This was a long-term work, so he did not look forward to it immediately. Anyway, the things were in his own hands, and the elixir could be used at any time, and nothing would be delayed. The refining of the spirit congealing pill did not take Yang Chen too much time, especially after his spiritual awareness was raised to the realm of the second-grade human immortal. Coupled with the effect of the fourth layer of the three purities secret art, this kind of medicinal pill that needed to be distracted was not difficult for Yang Chen. Since the Taishamen also took out their own collection, Yang Chen didn't mind doing a better job for the Taishamen. Of course, it was mainly the credit of the profound spirit furnace. After the refining of the first-grade spirit congealing pill, it was the second-grade spirit congealing pill. In the 2 years, Yang Chen did not use it up. It only took a year and a half to refine enough spirit congealing pills. However, he was still patient and thought about it carefully in the alchemy room for half a year. Then he went out. Seeing the second-grade spirit congealing pill that Yang Chen handed to them, the two elders of the Taishaman's Deshang stage didn't say much. After checking the number of medicinal pills, they carefully sealed it in a jade bottle and put it away. They turned around and left without staying for a moment. They paid such a big price to ask for pills. The master of the palace watched the two masters of the Deshang stage leave and couldn't help but say to Yang Chen, "Is Li Liheng really the son of sect Master Li?" "Fake." Yang Chen smiled and gave an answer to the master of the palace. His eyes had been watching the direction in which the two masters of the Deshang stage left, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The Taishamen, after all, were still hooked. The next step was to wait for a few decades and put the plans that he had already thought of into practice one by one. It would be very pleasant at that time. "You don't have to tell us what you are going to do." The master of the palace also realized something and gently patted Yang Chen's shoulder. "As long as you remember, at any time the Chunyang palace will advance and retreat with you. This disciple will remember." These words were the real concern of the sect, and Yang Chen certainly had to appreciate it. Aju and Bai swallowed the wooden box medicine garden, but only a little bit. Fortunately, there was a huge amount of first-wood spiritual solution in the medicine garden as a backing, so that they were enough to cope with the huge amount of spiritual power needed for the swallowing. Not only that, but Yang Chen also threw in a lot of 7th metal crystal stones and 10th water crystal stones, which made Aju and Bai even more powerful. Not only that, but the two tool spirits also used the 24 Penglai divine wood monsters that have been growing in the medicine garden. They didn't know what method they used, but these Penglai divine wood monsters suffered a lot of damage from the space backlash, and their speed was much faster than before. At this rate of progress, it was believed that it would not be long before the two medicine gardens could be combined into one. At that time, Yang Chen could also refine some of the legendary elixirs of life and death. Everyone had a job. In addition to cultivation and guiding the apprentices, Yang Chen was now concentrating on absorbing the fire seeds that he had collected. Chapter 950. The fire seeds in Yang Chen's hands now include all the grades of fire seeds in the mortal world, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. However, all the 6th grade fire seeds and the 7th grade fire seeds Yang Chen had not moved. He just controlled the profound spirit furnace to absorb some of the 5th grade and lower fire seeds. Of course, this was only absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. The grade of the profound spirit furnace was to be improved. In addition to the usual sacrificial refining of Yang Chen's heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art, and universe treasure raising secret art, the rest was to absorb the fire seeds. In addition, absorbing the fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace was the safest way for Yang Chen. Although many of the fire seeds were well kept when others handed over to Yang Chen, Who knows if there were any tricks when the Taishaman handed over the fire seeds. At that time, when the high-level fire seeds rebelled, Yang Chen would inevitably be attacked. Therefore, the safest way was to absorb all these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. Then, through the profound spirit furnace, it was slowly integrated into his own yin-yang heaven burning fire. He has received a lot of fire seeds below the 6th grade, including the remuneration paid by the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen first absorbed these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace effortlessly. Now that Yang Chen's cultivation base has been greatly improved, the ability to control the profound spirit furnace and the flame has gone up to the next level, and the absorption of low-level fire seeds is several times or even dozens of times faster than before. The grade of the fire seeds at the end of the month, the faster the improvement. In just a few months, all the fire seeds below the 6th grade were absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. Subsequently, Yang Chen began to think about the 6th grade fire seeds. In his previous life, Yang Chen had controlled the fire seeds, and the highest level was the 5th grade true sun fire. But now there are 5 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds and dozens of 6th grade fire seeds in his hands. These things, Yang Chen was also very envious. However, after weighing it, Yang Chen still gave up this dangerous move. At present, Yang Chen's ability to control fire is not enough to control the 6th grade fire seed. It is still necessary to improve the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire first. Yin-yang heaven burning fire Yang Chen only absorbed a 3rd grade fire seed. It couldn't be helped. There were just too many fire seeds, and absorbing and fusing fire seeds required a lot of time. The yin-yang heaven burning fire was the same. If one absorbed a high-level fire seed in the beginning, it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This was a fatal flaw for the yin-yang heaven burning fire, so Yang Chen tried to absorb the low-level fire seeds first. However, Yang Chen felt that it was a waste of time to stay in the sect to absorb and fuse with the fire seed. Rather than that, he might as well go out and spend the time on the road doing this. Gao Yu wants to refine her own dragon horn flying sword, so she cannot leave the sect for the time being. Gong Sunling also needed to rest in the sect for a period of time. Therefore, in the end, Yang Chen set out on his journey alone. The first thing to do was to go to the extreme north of the Demon Plain. 100 years ago, Yang Chen left a formation there to collect the 4th Fire True Essence. Presumably, it has now collected enough 4th Fire True Essence for Yang Chen to cultivate the 4th Fire True Secret Art. Just to take it back, that was the secret plane found from the unlucky Taishaman Yuanying stage. He could not say that he would also collect the secret plane on the way and leave it to his future apprentice. Speaking of apprentices, according to the days, there would be an apprentice that Yang Chen had scheduled to appear in the near future. Hannah Mengyu, a genius spirit medicine planting master. Although her cultivation may be relatively poor, but in the planting of spirit medicine, she was an absolute master. The method of planting thunder pomegranate was discovered by her. After returning from the extreme north, he could bring Hannah Mengyu back to the sect and accept her as an apprentice. And Yang Chen has already prepared gifts for Hannah Mengyu. 2 medicine gardens, plus the secret plane that was to be collected from the extreme north, could definitely allow Hannah Mengyu to play to her strengths. Because her cultivation realm was not very strong. Although Hannah Mengyu devoted herself to the Green Jade Immortal Island in her previous life, she did not receive much attention at the beginning. It was not until 100 years later that she discovered the method of planting thunder pomegranate that she became famous. With the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island at all costs, she ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world. However, Hannah Mengyu's final cultivation realm was not very high, only reaching the golden immortal level. But she was a highly valued figure and had always had a high status. This female apprentice, Yang Chen, was determined to accept her. With her talent for planting spirit medicine, coupled with the spirit medicine owned by Yang Chen and the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Scripture left by the Grand Supreme Lord, This combination could definitely make anyone covet her. Now, with Yang Chen's speed, few people could catch up with him. No matter where he went, the top leaders of the sect were very relieved. In addition, Yang Chen was already a Yuanying stage master, and his ability to protect himself was absolutely not bad. So when he left alone, no one had any objections. After all, cultivation was to often experience, and it was impossible to become a great, principal, golden immortal. Along the way, it was very smooth, and there were almost no obstacles at the high speed. Yang Chen first took the banyan tree immortal's cave in the 10,000 trees forest. After meeting with Ho Yin, he changed to the extreme north ice field. When Yang Chen kept absorbing the fusion fire seeds on the way to strengthen the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, it was also the most difficult period for Yang Lan and Teiximen. However, there seems to have been some turnaround recently. Originally, when Senior Jiuxian had not yet joined the Chuning Palace, he had already seen that Yang Chen was hostile to Yang Lan of Teiximen, but he had never killed him. Although Senior Jiuxian did not understand what was the reason for this, he did not mind doing something to please Yang Chen. Through Senior Jiuxian, he arranged some killers to scare Yang Lan out of his wits. Then, he used the internal relationship of Teiximen to constantly make things difficult for Yang Lan, making Yang Lan's life in Teiximen extremely difficult. Later, Senior Jiuxian was promoted to the Deshang stage, and his words were even more powerful. In order to please Senior Jiuxian, several guys in Teiximen who had already been bribed naturally put more effort on Yang Lan, making Yang Lan miserable and wanting to die. In the past few decades, Yang Lan's life has been like hell, and he could not see any hope at all. Resistance, he did not dare to think about it. Those who bullied him had much higher cultivation base than him, and their status was also much higher. No matter from which aspect, he had no capital to resist. Without resources, being bullied by the disciples around him, Yang Lan's cultivation base also stagnated, and he was constantly sent to do the dirtiest, most tiring, most bitter, and most dangerous work, and even gave him no time to cultivate. The sense of superiority that he had when he joined Teiximen before, he did not know where he had thrown it away. But recently, something happened that was indirectly related to Yang Lan. The people who served around the young sect master, Li Liheng, suddenly all died. At Li Liheng's own suggestion, Yang Lan, the sister of Yang Lan, who had been driven far away, returned to the side of the young sect master to serve. Chapter 951. When Yang Lan was driven away, it was because the sect master thought that the people around the young sect master were not properly served, so the young sect master fell into a coma for no reason. At that time, all the people who served the young sect master were changed. The recent status of the young sect master Li Liheng was not what it used to be. He was bullied by several masters in the medicinal hall and did not dare to say anything. Now, all the senior executives respected Li Liheng and really regarded Li Liheng as the young sect master of Teiximen. All the people around Li Liheng were dead. It was a big thing to have the original people come back to serve. Even without the approval of the sect master, there were naturally some elders who helped the young sect master to do this. Yang Lan naturally returned to Li Liheng's side. Li Liheng, who was proud of his success, finally enjoyed the feeling of having power in his hands. Although it was not a real power, the elders who had real power were also obedient to him. As long as it was not too much, he would do whatever he said. His days were like heaven. However, Li Liheng also knew that his strength was not in cultivation, but in spiritual awareness, in the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method. So he still did not relax in the cultivation of spiritual awareness. But in terms of women, Li Liheng was not so cautious. Yang Lan was originally very beautiful. After being neglected for many years, she tasted the warmth and coldness of human nature. In addition, her brother was also bullied. With such an opportunity, she naturally did everything to please the young sect master. Soon, Li Liheng was very fond of Yang Lan, and others naturally began to flatter him. As a result, Yang Lan's spring finally came again. As the brother of the young sect master's favorite concubine, Yang Lan's life immediately became much better. Jiu Xian was also an outsider, not a disciple of the sect. These people in the sect would still have to live in the main sect in the future. Therefore, it was normal to follow the red top and the white top. In addition to being constantly threatened by the killers outside, Yang Lan finally occupied a place in the sect again. As for those killers, as long as Yang Lan did not leave the sect, who dared to enter the Taishaman sect to kill people, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Lan was like a long drought and had to seize it by all means. His eloquence quickly won the favor of the young sect master, who allowed him to follow and serve. Yang Lan also got some good things from Li Liheng to give to Yang Lan. The originally stagnant cultivation base also began to gradually improve. In less than 5 years, it had reached the peak of the foundation stage and was about to condense the Dan. And Yang Chen's reputation at the moment has become even more resounding. A 5th-grade alchemist master, a Yuanying stage master. Even Taishamen have to ask for pills in front of Yang Chen. It can be described as infinite glory. As long as he heard the news of Yang Chen, Yang Lan couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Both of them were from the Yang village. In terms of time, he had joined the sect earlier than Yang Chen. In terms of talent, he was better than Yang Chen. In terms of the sect, the Taishamen were miles ahead of the Chunyang Palace. Why does Yang Chen have such a great reputation now? But Yang Lan himself has just recovered from his lingering breath. The soaring jealousy made Yang Lan's whole face distorted when no one was around. He fell into the previous predicament all because of Yang Chen, this damn guy. If he didn't agree to join the Taishamen, how could he be like this? He completely forgot that he didn't want Yang Chen to join the Taishamen at that time. Instead, he planned to let the Taishamen put Yang Chen to death. Yang Lan wanted to retaliate. However, after decades of suffering, he finally understood a truth. A gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late. The important thing now is to improve his cultivation base, not to find trouble with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was at the peak of his power. Even the young sect master had to be careful to guard against Yang Chen's medicinal pills. So during this time, he could only be dormant and watch Yang Chen show off his strength. But Yang Lan believed that one day he would want Yang Chen to kneel in front of him like a dog and beg him for mercy. Yang Chen, who was concentrating on the fusion of the fire seeds, of course, would not think that Yang Lan would have a day where he would turn over. He had already forgotten this guy. Maybe if he had the chance to meet again, Yang Chen would not talk too much nonsense. He would kill him with a clean sword, leaving no future trouble. Anyway, Yang Lan had been tortured enough over the years. Whether he was dead or alive depended on Yang Lan's own luck. The 3rd grade and lower fire seeds on hand were finally all absorbed and merged into the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire. The 2 Yin-Yang fire dragons were already vivid like real dragons, and the scales and claws were already in embryonic form. Seeing that there was no 3rd grade fire seed, Yang Chen finally turned his attention to the 4th grade fire seed. Fusing and absorbing the 4th grade fire seed, in theory, the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire would have more power than the 5th grade fire seed, close to the 6th grade fire seed. Of course, this was only a theory. After all, no one in the memory of his previous life had such a powerful flame. Yang Chen could only touch the stones and cross the river, experimenting step by step. When Yang Chen was in the Jedon stage in his previous life, he took the risk of absorbing the 5th grade sun true fire. Now Yang Chen was already a Yuanying stage. Coupled with his previous life's fire-controlling technique, it was easy to incorporate a 4th grade fire seed into the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire and began to slowly absorb and merge. When Yang Chen merged 2 4th grade fire seeds, the polar ice field was already in sight. More than 100 years have passed, and nothing has changed here. It was still inaccessible, and the same ice covered thousands of miles. There was no change in the arrangement of that year. Yang Chen easily entered the secret plane left by the predecessor of Taishamen, and then entered the large formation that he had arranged to collect the fourth fire true essence. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, Yang Chen left a large jade bottle here, and there was already half a bottle of fourth fire true essence. These were enough for Yang Chen to cultivate the fourth fire true secret art. There were already several kinds of original spirit power on hand, but Yang Chen did not cultivate those original cultivation methods. That was deliberately left by Yang Chen to be used when he broke through the bottleneck. This bottle of fourth fire true essence was no exception. Yang Chen carefully put away the jade bottle. After careful observation, he found that there was not much fourth fire true essence to collect here. It seems that this secret plane has no meaning here. Just let Yang Chen collect it as a gift for his future apprentice Hanamenyu. When collecting this secret plane, Yang Chen suddenly had the information of another secret plane in his mind. When Yang Chen used the secret plane incident to frame the Taishaman, he learned the information from the key of the Taishaman. Like this secret plane, it was also the secret plane left by the Taishaman, but no one has explored it until now. After receiving Hanamenyu this time, he just went to the secret plane and searched it. Chapter 952. On the snow-covered ice sheet, a small black hole suddenly appeared. A figure slowly floated out of the black hole and slowly fell on the white snow. The black hole that had just appeared in just a short time. There was a circle of thin white ice. Then the ice layer became thicker and thicker, and more snow accumulated on it. In just a few breaths, it had returned to its original appearance, and it could no longer be seen that a black hole had once appeared. The figure that appeared was naturally Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen's hand was still holding something that was like a courtyard that had been shrunk countless times. Looking closely, pavilions, rockery, and running water were all available inside, and even the running water was still gurgling. This was the secret plane left by the unknown predecessor of Taishaman under the ice sheet. After Yang Chen collected all the fourth fire true essence, the entire secret plane was also put away. This was the gift that Yang Chen intended to prepare for his next disciple. Hanamenyu was not born as a young lady. On the contrary, she was just a servant of a young lady, and she was not the kind of maid who served by her side, but a flower farmer who took care of a garden and raised flowers for the young lady. To put it bluntly, she was a female gardener. She did not have the name Hanamenyu yet, but was just a village girl named Hua Sime, a child of old Master Hua's family. Hua Sime was very good at taking care of some flowers and plants, which also made her very appreciated by her family. However, appreciation was appreciation, but there was not much love. Hua Sime's face was corroded by some poisonous plant sap, and her face was full of holes. In the eyes of others, it was simply a hideous face. Such a woman, who was also a child of a lower family, who would like her? If it weren't for the fact that Hua Sime was the only one who could take care of the rare flowers in the garden, she would have been driven to work in the farmland. Not long ago, Hua Sime, like many young people with dreams of immortal cultivation, tried to go to a certain immortal sect to try her luck. However, it was a pity that Hua Sime, who was only 19 years old, did not show her innate aptitude. Just like when Yang Chen went to Taishaman for the first time, he was directly driven back. The trouble was that Hua Sime did not get the permission of the master to go to the immortal sect. She went there secretly. She was gone for more than a month. When she came back resentfully, more than half of the rare flowers that she was responsible for looking after had died. As a result, poor Hua Sime was whipped hard, and she was beaten half to death. If it weren't for the fact that she was still alive so that she could grow a few more rare flowers, she might have been sentenced to death as a fugitive slave. Even so, he only ordered the servants to scatter some healing medicine on his body and threw it into the garden. No one asked him about it again. Hua Sime, who was covered with scars, curled up in the dilapidated shed in the garden. Many of the wounds on her body had festered, and she was in great pain. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, but Hua Sime's heart was getting colder and colder. with her dignity, coupled with the scars and pus all over her body. Even the servants did not think of approaching her to help her. In the past few days, Hua Sime had survived entirely by relying on some plants in the garden, and no one cared about her life or death. An ugly woman also wanted to cultivate immortality. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Hua Sime's heart seemed to have been desperate, and the physical pain was insignificant compared to the psychological pain caused by all the hopes being shattered. She couldn't accept it. She wanted to enter the celestial sect to change her fate, but even the few friends who still talked to her laughed at her for overestimating herself. She couldn't bear this kind of blow anymore. Her hope was shattered. Hua Sime felt that the wounds on her body were getting more and more painful, and her consciousness was getting more and more blurred. Just when she was about to faint in the haze, she suddenly saw a person suddenly appear in front of the dilapidated shed. It was a strange-looking man, very young, with an indescribable temperament, with a very warm smile on his face, like an immortal. "Do you want to cultivate immortality?" In a daze, Hua Sime heard the young man ask her such a question. While she was happy in her heart, she already had a kind of epiphany. Yes. She only said such a word, and Hua Sime lost consciousness neatly. The injuries on her body were too serious, and she had realized that she was on the verge of life and death. She could no longer hold on and fainted directly. The man who appeared was naturally Yangchen. He remembered Hannah Mingyo's life experience. This kind of great person, who was highly valued by the immortal world in the future, never hid her previous life, which also gave Yangchen a chance. It's not that Yangchen doesn't want to find Hannah Mingyu as soon as possible. It's really because, even if he finds her in advance, it's useless. The innate spirit root has not been awakened. And if he finds her, she would be immortal, and it's impossible for her to cultivate. Yangchen clearly remembered that it was after this time that Hannah Mingyu suffered such ordeal. She was lucky to survive. Later, she cultivated a dream grass that even ordinary cultivators couldn't cultivate. So she was discovered by a passing female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island and introduced to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Only then was she able to enter the Green Jade Immortal Island. Of course, now with Yangchen, the original disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, has also become a disciple that Yangchen has long been interested in and taken into his pocket. When Hua Sime woke up, she suddenly found that there was no pain in her body at all, as if the injuries on her body had completely disappeared. She was shocked in her heart and sat up abruptly and found that her clothes were intact, but she was no longer in the dilapidated shed, but on a ground with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. "Are you awake?" Before Hua Sime could figure out where she was, a gentle voice sounded in her ear, and then a figure appeared in front of her. Immortal. What Hua Sime saw in front of her was the young man before she fainted, and also the man who asked her if she wanted to cultivate Yangchen. "I'm not an immortal, I'm just a cultivator." Yangchen smiled gently at Hua Sime, and then continued, "You were seriously injured before, so I helped you treat it. See if there's any discomfort now." Only now did Hua Sime discover that the scars on her body had disappeared without a trace. The skin on her body was still restored to its original appearance, and there was no trace left on her body. This magical change made Hua Sime unable to believe her eyes, and when she covered her face with her hands in tears of joy, she suddenly found that her face seemed to have changed. Chapter 953. Sime Hua's face was burned by a poisonous plant juice when she was a child. It was pitted and hideous, and many people didn't even dare to look at her face. But now, when Sime Hua touched it, her tentacles were smooth, and there was no rough feeling like before. Sime Hua couldn't believe what she touched, but she couldn't see it herself. She could only keep touching her face with both hands, trying to confirm if her face had really changed. Yangchen understood her current thoughts, and directly took out a mirror and handed it to Sime Hua. Sime Hua took the mirror and hurriedly looked at it, and suddenly saw her smooth skin and face without any scars. To be honest, Sime Hua was not a very beautiful woman. Not to mention the 4 women, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue. Even compared to ordinary female cultivators, she was only mediocre. But for Sime Hua herself, this was an earth-shaking change, so much so that she saw her true face for the first time. Gently stroking her face that was once full of scars, Sime Hua looked at the fingers of the person in the mirror, also slowly wandering on the face in the mirror, and couldn't help but shed tears. How many times had she fantasized about such a scene, and now it has finally become a reality. Yang Chen did not interfere with Sime Hua's emotional outburst at the moment, but looked at her quietly. To be honest, Sime Hua still hasn't awakened her innate spirit root, but it's not far from that day. Sime Hua finally stopped crying and regained her calm. She carefully tidied up the clothes on her body that were not neat and knelt down to Yang Chen. "Thank you, benefactor!" Yang Chen did not avoid Sime Hua's kowtow. All the injuries were cured by Yang Chen, including the scars on her face. It was also Yang Chen's credit, and he deserved this gratitude. "Get up and talk." Yang Chen gently reached out his hand, and Sime Hua had already stood up involuntarily. This time, Sime Hua realized more and more that the young man in front of her must be one of those flying immortals in her mind. "Immortal, please take me in." Sime Hua was also an extremely smart woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to take care of the plants so well. She immediately took the opportunity to speak to Yang Chen and bowed down again. "You want to cultivate immortality?" Yang Chen asked again. "Yes." Sime Hua would not change it again and immediately replied, "In fact, your immortal cultivation spirit root has not yet awakened." Yang Chen sighed slightly and said, "It's still too early to cultivate now." Sime Hua did not hear a direct refusal from Yang Chen's mouth, but said that the time was not right. Intuitively, this was a great opportunity. Hua Sime immediately pleaded again and again, "Please take me in, please take me in." "I don't know what great opportunity is." Sime Hua said. Sime Hua. Sime Hua, I don't know what great opportunity it is. I only know that you saved me and cured my injury. Sime Hua said, "No matter what opportunity there is in the future, you are the opportunity in front of me." Perhaps because of the previous life and death experience, Sime Hua had lost her expectations for the future. For her, the most important thing was the present, not the great opportunity in the future. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Yang Chen stood still for a while and finally asked, "Master, please accept Sime Hua's bow." Sime Hua didn't understand what Yang Chen meant. She hurriedly bowed to Yang Chen again and kowtowed heavily. To be accepted by an immortal, Sime Hua couldn't believe what she saw. What she didn't know was that Yang Chen was happier than her. At the moment, Yang Chen told Sime Hua about himself and the name of Chunyang Palace. This simple ceremony could be regarded as Yang Chen's temporary promise to Sime Hua to accept her as a disciple. However, a more formal and solemn ceremony would be carried out after Sime Hua reached the foundation establishment stage in the future. This point was also explained to Sime Hua. Sime Hua naturally had no objection to Yang Chen's statement. It was the rule of all sect that one could only formally become a disciple after reaching the foundation establishment stage, and it was impossible to break it for Sime Hua alone. Of course, Yang Chen was also very relieved that Sime Hua would be able to successfully reach the foundation establishment stage. This medicinal pill, if you take it, it can help you awaken your spiritual root as soon as possible. Yang Chen handed a medicinal pill to Sime Hua and told her. Sime Hua naturally understood Yang Chen's kindness. She picked up the medicinal pill and swallowed it without hesitation, without the slightest precaution. If Yang Chen wanted to kill her or harm her, he didn't need to use such inferior means as medicinal pills. There was really no need to harm her. The medicinal pill that Yang Chen gave Sime Hua was the body refining pill they had carefully refined on the road. The body refining pill could improve the physique of ordinary people, and it could also induce the awakening of the spiritual root in advance. It was of little use for cultivators, but it was of infinite use for mortals. Sime Hua's spiritual root had not yet awakened, so the body-refining pill was just right. However, the body-refining pill that Yang Qin gave was not an ordinary body-refining pill, but a fifth-grade body-refining pill that had been carefully refined by Yang Qin. After the fifth-grade refining, even the most ordinary medicinal pill could become a top spirit pill. Although the body-refining pill was not even ranked in the minds of cultivators, the fifth-grade body-refining pill was also a good thing that people could compete for. Without reaching the seventh grade, the body-refining pill could not achieve the effect of rebirth, but it was enough to completely induce Sime Hua's spiritual root. It was even likely that because of the efficacy of the pill, it would have a good performance on the innate spiritual root and the acquired spiritual root. In the previous life, Hana Mingyo's innate spiritual root was similar to Yang Chen's, slightly lower than Yang Chen's, just reaching 70, so it also led to Hana Mingyo's cultivation realm only reaching the Golden Immortal, and failed to become the great principal Golden Immortal. With this fifth-grade body refining pill in this life, maybe it could slightly change some of the results of the previous life. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, after taking the body refining pill, Sime Hua immediately fell asleep. When she woke up after 10 days of sleep, when Yang Qin checked again, Sime Hua had awakened her innate spiritual root. According to Yang Chen's calculation, it was about 74, which was the same as Yang Chen's in the past, and about 4 points higher than in the previous life. Don't underestimate these 4 points. It was enough for Sime Hua to become a great principal Golden Immortal in the future. Of course, Sime Hua still didn't know that her fate had changed dramatically. Sime Hua, this name is not good. I will change it for you. Yang Qin smiled at the energetic Sime Hua and said, "From now on, you will be called Hana Mengyu." Chapter 954. Hana Mengyu was born with a kind of tacit understanding with plants, so even if the plants were difficult to grow, they could be grown very well in her hands. When the spiritual root was not awakened, Hana Mingyu's ability was not very obvious. She could only grow plants in the mortal world. At best, she could grow plants that were rare in the eyes of mortals. But after the awakening of the spiritual root, it was completely different. Now Hana Mengyu was in the first layer of Yang Chen's pure bottle medicine garden, which was basically the place where some 1,000-year-old spirit medicines were planted. But Hana Mengyu seemed to be able to communicate with these plants, and she seemed very cheerful. For a long time, no one was willing to communicate with Hana Mengyu, so Hana Mengyu was not good at talking and had a slightly depressed personality. But in the medicine garden, even if there was only Hana Mengyu alone, with so many spiritual herbs accompanying her, she was very cheerful and did not feel lonely at all. Under the influence of Hana Mengyu, even a Zhu and a Bai, who were fully integrating the wooden box medicine garden, found the abnormality. It seemed that the spirit medicines planted in the first layer did not need their attention to be diverted, and they were growing very well. This allowed them to divide more power to integrate the space of the medicine garden. The magic of Hana Mengyu was that the spirit medicines in this medicine garden had begun to nourish Hana Mengyo's body. Even if she had not cultivated any cultivation method, this pure would attribute spirit power had spontaneously entered her body. Planting spirit medicines could automatically cultivate, just like how senior brother Shengguan could improve his realm by doing business. It was the most suitable path for her to cultivate. Hana Mengyu has not yet cultivated any cultivation method, but she has already shown such power. It was conceivable that after she specialized in the wood attribute cultivation method, what kind of wonderful spirit medicine planting would she be? Unfortunately, Yang Chen could not teach her a suitable cultivation method now. She only spent her childhood in the garden. Hana Mengyu had no chance to read and write. She had no foundation at all. She could only be sent to the Ishio villa of Chunyang Palace to learn from scratch. However, Yang Chen had prepared everything she needed for her, including the chi-seeking pill needed for entry. The appropriate would attribute cultivation method, and so on. Even the 3 Revolutions Foundation establishment pill had been prepared. When the time came, he would accept her into the sect. Naturally, those medicine gardens and secret planes were left to her, but this was not the time to hand them over to her. Yang Chen was looking forward to a female apprentice who could take care of plants. What kind of complementary process it would be when she cultivated with his first apprentice, Mu Bo. After placing Hana Mengyu in the medicine garden, Yang Chen embarked on the road back to the sect. This time, when he went back to explore the secret plane, he naturally had to take Gao Yu and Gong Sunling with him. Of course, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were also indispensable. Now that everyone was a family, of course, the benefits should be taken into account. And there was one thing: the life source magic weapon of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy. Yang Chen had not yet started to refine it. This had to wait until Xiao Tian woke up. Without Xiao Tian's help to eliminate the aura of the refiner, the effect was not as good as letting the 2 women refine it directly. In any case, there were still a lot of things to be busy. Moreover, Yang Chen knew very well that when the young sect master of Taishimen took the spirit congealing pill to recover, he would never leave him this big trouble and would definitely make a move. Yang Chen was also ready, waiting for the day when he would fall out with the Taishimen. Even if Yang Chen could still toss Li Lihing at that time, the Taishimen would never tolerate him to blackmail the Taishimen again and again. At that time, there would only be one result left. On the way back to Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen did not rush too much. He was thinking about what kind of trap to set for the Taishimen all the way. Suddenly, the shuttle stopped in the air, but the front end of the shuttle was divided into 4, and the 4 streams of light flew forward at the speed of the shuttle just now. The shuttle disappeared in an instant, and Yang Chen's person suddenly hovered in the air, and a blood-red flying sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Just in the blink of an eye, Yang Chen's figure followed the 4 streams of light in front of him and rushed forward. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 streams of light in front, after flying to a certain point, suddenly exploded in an empty place. Following the violent explosion, the originally empty sky was suddenly filled with over a dozen wretched figures. The bursts of thunder and lightning caused by the explosion forced more than a dozen people to have to deal with the sudden thunder and lightning. Yang Chen's figure just arrived at this gap, and the flying sword in his hand had already flown out. With 2 sizzling sounds, the 2 guys closest to this side turned into dry corpses and fell from the air. Others were shocked, but they were not particularly flustered. The thunder and lightning attack came and went quickly. Although the power was not small, it was not enough to cause fatal damage to them. The real enemy was still Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen did not give them such an easy chance to fight back. After the successful blow, a golden dome hall suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone in the air. 49 high-grade flying swords, under the control of Yang Chen, revealed their ferocious faces. In this space, shrouded by the main hall, they began to wreak havoc. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The high-speed flying sword brought the sound of the wind, carrying a ghost-like scream, wrapping more than a dozen figures in it. The dome hall would be given to Shi Shanshan as an auxiliary material to refine a natal magic weapon in the future. Even this sword formation was the same. The more it was used, the less it could be used. So, Yang Chen simply used it to its fullest. These guys who were hiding in the dark did not know the power of the 7-step, soul-chasing, absolute killing formation at all. They were still trying to rush to Yang Chen's side. As soon as they moved their feet, they immediately attracted the 49 flying swords to attack in turn. In terms of familiarity with this sword formation, there was no one in this mortal world who was more powerful than Yang Chen. While the group of people were attacked by the flying sword, Yang Chen was not idle. The Blood Phantom Vine flying sword was specifically looking for the gaps in the sword formation to attack. Under the pincer attack, the dozen or so fellows who had already fallen into the formation could only persevere for less than 10 minutes before all of them were killed by the grievance sword formation. This group of people appeared very abruptly, and Yang Qin found them within 100 feet. Fortunately, he had been maintaining a defensive circle of 100 feet, and his spiritual awareness threads found these people in time. So he could stop himself and throw 4 thunder pomegranates over first. More than a dozen masters, some in the Yuanying stage and some in the Jiedon stage. Added together, it was not a small force. But who were these people, and why would they block himself on his own way? Yang Qin has not figured it out until now. Chapter 955. The only thing that was certain was that these guys all had killing intent on them, and they were deliberately hidden and harboring bad intentions. For this kind of person, Yang Qin would not be polite at all. It's not that Yang Qin has now become a cultivator who doesn't ask about black and white and kills people as soon as he starts. In addition to this group of people, there was a more frightening group hidden not far away. Which expert is here? Please show up. Yang Qin bowed in the direction of a slight deviation and shouted loudly, "Sure enough, I can't hide from you." A gentle voice suddenly drilled into Yang Qin's ears, and then 3 people appeared out of thin air in the void. The middle-aged man who spoke first was in the late Yuanying stage, with a long beard, a square face, and a jade-like appearance. At first glance, he was a big shot who had been in a high position for a long time. And the 2 beside him were even more amazing. They were clearly 2 masters of the Deshang stage. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't release a trace of murderous intent, Yang Qin might have already made a move. At this moment, when the 3 people appeared, Yang Qin couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? It seemed that everyone could track his whereabouts. This old man, Xiao Wenxuan, greets Grandmaster Yang. The middle-aged man rushed to Yang Qin and said his identity first. This younger generation junior greets Sect Master Xiao. The other party called himself Xiao Wenxuan. Yang Qin was shocked. This was the name of the 5 Elements Sect Master. He also brought 2 masters of the Deshang stage with him. It was estimated that except for this Sect Master Xiao, where would the other people dare to pretend to be him? Grandmaster Yang doesn't have to be so polite. Xiao Wenxuan waved his hand slightly and said first, "I came rashly and hid rudely. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me." It must not be a small matter for the sect master of the 5 elements sect to personally come out and wait for him. This point could be concluded by Yang Qin. However, how could he be so close to those guys who were not on the stage? It made Yang Qin puzzled. Recently, this old man got a magic weapon that can detect the location of Grandmaster Yang. As if seeing through Yang Qin's doubts, Xiao Wenxuan explained with a smile, following which a compass appeared in his hand. As soon as he saw the compass, Yang Qin knew that it was the work of the Taishaman. This was clearly the compass that the Taishaman used to track the divine sense imprint that Li Liheng had left on his body. No wonder the divine sense imprint trembled a few times. Yang Qin thought that Li Liheng was trying to contact that non-existent senior. Unexpectedly, it was this compass that was playing tricks on him. This kind of compass had always been used by the Taishaman internally. How did it fall into the hands of sect leader Xiao? Yang Qin was very puzzled, but now was not the time for him to solve his doubts. Sect Master Xiao definitely did not come looking for him to explain. "Senior, please instruct me." Since the other party had stopped him on the road, there were probably some things that he couldn't refuse easily. He might as well take the initiative. Yang Qin immediately said, respectfully, to Xiao Wenxuan, "Grandmaster, this old man just wants to verify a rumor." Xiao Wenxuan saw that Yang Qin was so good, and he didn't talk much nonsense, and straightforwardly stated his purpose. This time, Yang Qin did not answer, but made a pleased gesture, motioning Xiao Wenxuan to continue directly. This old man also has a few friends in Taishaman. Xiao Wenxuan smiled and there was no emotion on his face. He asked in a slow tone. According to them, Grandmaster Yang once sold a few pill recipes to Taishinmen. There is indeed such a thing. Yang Chen immediately understood when he heard that it was about this matter. The other party was definitely playing with the idea of the questioning inner heart pill. Without waiting for the other party to ask further, Yang Chen replied directly, "The spirit congealing pill. This is what their young sect master, Li Liheng, wants to use to treat his spiritual awareness. The other is the questioning inner heart pill, and the pill recipe to reconcile the toxicity of the Deshang stage inner core." Such a straightforward admission that he had sold the questioning inner heart pill recipe made Xiao Wenxuan and the two Deshang stage elders very surprised. So simple, the pill recipe to reconcile the toxicity of the inner core. A few people pondered it and immediately understood that it was the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. They thought that Yang Chen would still deny it. Now that Yang Chen admitted it so readily, it made the three people somewhat puzzled. However, it was better that Yang Chen admitted it. Didn't they have this idea in the first place? The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. Grandmaster, are you willing to sell it? Xiao Wenxuan asked with some surprise on the spot. Not only sect master Xiao, but the two Deshang stage masters around him also had the same surprised expression. As long as the price is right, there is absolutely no problem. Yang Chen smiled and explained to sect Master Xiao and the two Deshang stage elders. This younger generation junior said it from the beginning. The three people were stunned again. When did Yang Chen say this? Immediately, a Deshang stage elder reacted quickly and immediately remembered from the incident of the heaven-seizing pill. At that time, Yang Chen took the pill recipe to reconcile the inner core and sold it at a price. Everyone just took it for granted that the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was precious and would not be sold. They didn't think about it at all. Soon the three people understood and looked at each other. When they were about to ask something, Yang Chen took the initiative to speak. If the senior wants to buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, this younger generation junior has something to say. Yang Chen said very seriously, "I would like to hear the details." Sect Master Xiao immediately asked with his eyes wide open, regarding the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. Even if Yang Chen talked nonsense, he would listen attentively. In terms of cost-effectiveness, buying the pill recipe is not worth the loss. With a sigh, Yang Chen said helplessly, "It's better to buy the finished pill directly." "Why is this?" Sect Master Xiao was a little puzzled and asked very doubtfully. However, his attitude has always been good. Since Yang Chen did not say that he would not sell it, then everything was negotiable. He was also happy to know some of the reasons why Yang Chen said so. Without a 5th-grade alchemist master, it's useless to hold the pill recipe. The other party was barely biased towards the Chunying Palace side, and there was also a reason to oppose the Taishinmen. Yang Chen answered this question very happily, however, before Hall Master Mao bought the pill recipe. This younger generation junior did not say this to him. When Sect Master Xiao heard this, his face suddenly became a little unnatural. Yang Chen's words were equivalent to telling him that it was better not to buy it. As for the Taishinmen, it was obvious that they had spent a lot of money to buy the pill recipe, but could not refine it. Of course, the 5 Elements sect had some insiders among the Taishinmen. Otherwise, they would not know this news. Even they could vaguely find out what kind of price the Taishinmen probably paid. If it was really what Yang Chen said, then it was indeed better to buy the pill recipe than to buy the pill recipe. For a time, Sect Master Xiao also fell into contemplation. The meaning of Yang Chen's words was obviously to say the ugly words first. If there was any unpleasantness in the future, he couldn't look for this in the back. The question was, this pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. Should the 5 Elements sect buy it or not? Chapter 956. Sect Master Xiao didn't think about it for too long, and soon he made up his mind. Sect Master Xiao believed in Yang Chen's words, and he also firmly believed that Yang Chen definitely did not say similar words before the Taishaman bought the pill recipe. This point could be concluded from the repeated actions of the Taishaman against Yang Chen. Unless Yang Chen was a fool, he would not let go of such an easy opportunity to trap the Taishaman. But when he said this to Sect Master Xiao and the two Deshang stage elders, he did not regard them as opponents like the Taishaman, but as his own people. From this perspective alone, Sect Master Xiao mainly thanked Yang Chen. Even if the pill recipe was sold at a high price, they had to know the whole story before and after, so that they would not pay for nothing. Explaining it in advance and discovering it afterwards were two completely different feelings. One was to feel the other party's kindness, the other was to be cheated. How could it be the same? However, after weighing the pros and cons, Sect Master Xiao still decided to buy it. After all, with the pill recipe in hand, it did not hinder him from continuing to buy medicinal pills from Yang Chen. But there was one more possibility. Even if there was no fifth-grade alchemist in the sect now, what if there was one in the future? What the big sect considered was more about the direction of future development. Although the immediate interests were also valued, it was not the focus of attention. Therefore, based on this reason, Sect Master Xiao also decided to buy the pill recipe first. If I buy the pill recipe, can I still buy the medicinal pill? Although it was certain what kind of attitude Yang Chen had, Sect Master Xiao still had to confirm it. Of course. Yang Chen replied with a smile, and this younger generation junior promises that I will never raise the price like some sect. The price of the medicinal pill before will also be the same. From these words, Sect Master Xiao heard something else. It seemed that in the treatment of some sects, the strategy and attitude adopted by Yang Chen was completely different. He could conclude that if the Taishaman wanted the questioning inner heart pill, it would never be the normal price quoted by Yang Chen. There was a saying that Yang Chen had made very clear: raise the price while sitting on the ground. With the pill recipe, they would also ask for Yang Chen's head. If it was Sect Master Xiao, he would also raise the price. If you have the ability, you don't have to take it. Since you took the pill formula and still want it, then the price will naturally be much higher. Sect Master Xiao was very appreciative of Yang Chen's attitude. The Five Elements sect and the Taishaman were not the kind of big sect that had a good relationship with each other. The incident at the barren sand valley was equivalent to the Taishaman slapping the Five Elements sect in the face. Although the Taishaman did not gain any benefits at that time, the Five Elements sect had endured it until now. Even if they didn't manage to buy the recipe, they were happy to hear that the Taishaman had suffered a setback. Moreover, Yang Chen had given them so much face. As long as they were willing, they could even sell the pill formulas. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, what is the price tag? Sect Master Xiao finally asked the price of the pill recipe. The two Deshang stage elders also looked at Yang Chen expectantly, waiting for his answer. This younger generation junior's offer to the Taishaman is... Yang Chen extended 2 fingers in front of everyone, 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds. Hiss! There was a sound of a cold breath. Hearing the price tag that Yang Chen said, even the sect master and elders of the Five Elements sect couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds. Yang Chen really dared to open his mouth. What sect master Xiao didn't expect was that the Taishaman actually agreed to this price. How was this possible? Sect Master Xiao's heart was turning like a windmill. He kept thinking about it. He wanted to understand why the Taishaman would agree to such a price. Thinking about it, it seemed that the only possibility was that reason. When Yang Chen just spoke, he had been paying attention to whether Yang Chen was lying or not. It was easy to distinguish. Moreover, when trading in the future, he could also let Yang Chen swear by his heart demon. At this point, he was not afraid of Yang Chen's tricks. At the thought of that reason, Sect Master Xiao couldn't help but feel tight. The Taishamen were willing to spend such a big capital. It seemed that only that reason could make sense, otherwise it couldn't be explained. Thinking of this, Sect Master Shao no longer thought about it. After looking at each other with the two elders, they all saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. Okay, according to this price deal. After reaching an agreement, Sect Master Shao finally made a decision. Of course, Yang Chen was happy. He could use the same pill recipe to exchange for a variety of 7th grade fire seeds. Where could he find such a good thing? If it weren't for the fact that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were his wife's masters, and they had a good cooperation with Chunyang Palace before, Yang Chen wanted to cheat these two sects too. Of course, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to suffer. It couldn't be said who cheated who. In Yang Chen's view, there was no alchemist and there was only a pill recipe. This deal was not worth it. But in the eyes of the 5-element sect, paying the price to get the precious pill recipe was also a way to strengthen the foundation of the sect. Everyone had their own place. There was no problem of cheating or not. The 7th grade fire seed, Sect Master Shao, and the two elders naturally wouldn't carry it with them. So the two sides agreed to exchange the fire seeds and pill recipes in Chunyang Palace 3 months later. Everyone got what they needed, and everyone was happy. Standing in the same place, Sect Master Shao and the two elders watched Yang Chen leave. After a long time, Sect Master Shao asked without looking back, "You say these ambushers, Huqiani of the Taishamen, what do they want from Yang Chen?" According to reason, they have already bought the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. So what does Huqiani want? This was a question worth pondering over. They couldn't think about it. As soon as they thought about it, they would think of some deeper things. Maybe the 3 of them couldn't help but catch up with Yang Chen. However, whether it was Sect Master Shao or the 2 Deshang stage elders, they did not act rashly. Huqiani, a master of the Deshang stage, did not get the slightest benefit. That was when Yang Chen was in the Jiran stage. Now Yang Chen was already in the Yuanying stage. Not to mention anything else. Just the speed of the flying magic weapon was not something they could catch up with now. As long as they made a move, maybe they would be the next Huqiani. Not to mention losing their reputation. They were pushed out by the sect to be the scapegoat. The mystery in this, how could Sect Master Shao not see it clearly? And there was a very important point, since they could use some external things to exchange for what they wanted. Why did everyone have to make their relationship so stiff? The Taishamen had suffered a loss because they didn't see through this before. Thinking about it, when the Taishamen wanted the questioning inner heart pill in the future, they would definitely pay a price that would make their sect feel pain. After staring at it for a long time, Sect Master Shao made up his mind and no longer considered so many minor details. He said to the 2 elders, let's go back to the sect." With that said, Sect Master Shao flew up first, and the 2 elders followed closely behind. Soon, they disappeared from the spot. Chapter 9, 57. Among the Taishamen, Li Liheng was enjoying Yang Lan's service. During this period of time, young Sect Master Li could simply be described as being in a good mood, and there was no more refreshing moment than these days. Whether it was the Sect Master or the elders, whether it was the core high-level or ordinary elders, they were all respectful to him. The masters of the medicinal hall who dared to throw a face at him and take his things were like mice seeing a cat when they saw the young Sect Master. It was as if they were afraid that he would find trouble with them, which made young Sect Master Li feel good in his heart. Yang Lan service was in place, so that young Sect Master Li fully enjoyed the taste of being high and mighty. Everything in the sect was going well, and the instructions of young Sect Master Li were almost regarded as golden rules by everyone. Drunk lying on the knees of beauties, awake holding the power of the world, it was simply a true portrayal of the current young Sect Master Li. The premise of enjoying all this was that young Sect Master Li only needed to take the spirit congealing pill on time, and then concentrate on cultivating his own unique cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method. Young sect master Li certainly knew the importance, and he did not slack off in his cultivation. Every day, in addition to rest and enjoyment, he practiced hard. The good days, and the more he spoke, the more young sect master Li could not help but be inflated. Anyway, he didn't know anything else. He only knew one thing. As long as he concentrated on his cultivation and could often contact the predecessor, even if he poked a hole in the sky, the Taishaman would help him fill it. In addition, young sect master Li now saw Yanglan more pleasing to the eye. The brother of this beautiful woman seemed to be a very knowledgeable person. He would do whatever he was told to do, and it was not in vain for him to love Yanglan. Recently, Yanglan helped young sect master Li come up with an idea, which made him make a lot of money for the sect. For this reason, young sect master Li was very proud. Yanglan's idea was to let young sect master Li get a batch of compasses that could track the whereabouts of Yangchen and auction them everywhere in private. In Yanglan's words, since the spirit congealing pill had been obtained, then Yangchen was useless. It was an absolutely good deal to exchange his whereabouts for a batch of spirit stones, and it would definitely make a lot of money for the sect. Young sect master Li certainly knows the importance of Yangchen, but Yanglan's words are really reasonable. These pills were enough. Anyway, he also knew the sect's attitude towards Yangchen. They would definitely kill him without mercy. If he didn't take this opportunity to make some money from Yangchen, it would be unreasonable. As Yanglan said, these compasses were sold at an amazing price as soon as they arrived on the black market. Not only that, but the supply of the compass was also not enough to meet the demand. Young sect master Li almost immediately sold another batch of compasses to earn more. It was Yanglan who dissuaded him. He couldn't feed these guys all at once. If these guys were always hungry, he could make more money in the future. This was very reasonable. Although young sect master Li didn't know what hunger marketing was, he also knew that if too many goods were sold at once, the price would definitely be suppressed. Moreover, once there were too many people looking for Yangchen, and they accidentally killed Yangchen, wouldn't they not be able to earn money in the future? Yangchen, this abominable guy, thought that he could use the spirit congealing pills to threaten Taishaman for decades. He didn't know that he was just a tool for young sect master Li to earn spirit stones for decades. As for why so many people want to find the whereabouts of Yangchen, it was too easy to guess. The only 5th grade alchemist master in the world must have many secrets. Even Elder Hu Qinyi wanted to take a bite of the delicious food. How could other people be immune? However, young sect master Li was not interested in the secrets of Yangchen at all. As long as he could contact the predecessor, the 5th grade alchemist master was a fart. No matter how big the secret was, could it be more than the secret of the spiritual world? Yanglan's heart was even more proud. Young sect master Li was so easily manipulated by him, which made him so happy that he didn't know how to describe it. When he thought of those compasses, Yangchen would face endless troubles. The pride in Yanglan's heart became more and more intense. Those hardships that he had suffered before, those days of fear, Yangchen had to bear it in order to eliminate the hatred in Yanglan's heart. So what if he was a 5th grade alchemist master? Didn't he have to face the days of being chased every day? In the corner that young sect master Li couldn't see, Yanglan's eyes didn't know how many times they flashed. After leaving the territory of the monster race and entering the territory of the Dao sects, Yangchen was attacked 3 times. Every time, the other party seemed to have calculated the direction he was going to pass and waited for him on the road. Yangchen's current whereabouts were easy to grasp. Just draw a straight line between the current position and Chunying Palace. As long as he was on this line, he could basically be blocked. The main ones were Yuanying stage masters, and he had not met a Deshang stage master yet. On the contrary, there were many Jiedon stage masters who always joined in the fun. For these guys, Yangchen was not too polite. No matter where they came from, as long as they had killing intent, he would kill them all. Under Yangchen's sharp magic weapon and super fast speed. The guys who ambushed him didn't even have the chance to escape. After killing a few groups of people, Yang Qin also realized that this was not the way to go. More and more people wanted to attack him. Obviously, they were all aiming at his own pill recipe. Although Hu Qianni himself has been solved, it has also left a huge problem. It was estimated that all the cultivators were thinking about what Hu Qianni wanted from Yang Qin. What could make the Deshang stage masters of the greatest heaven sect take the risk of being ungrateful and disgraced? In the past, except for a few people in Taishimen and Chunyang Palace, few people knew that Taishimen had bought the pill recipe. But now it was different. Even sect leader Shao of the Five Elements sect knew about this. Then, the other major sects must have also received the news. Or it was time to spread the news. If anyone was willing, they could come and buy it. At this time, there was another consideration to spread the news. Looking at the posture of the Five Element sect, it seemed that they already knew about the drastic changes in the heavenly court. The Taishimen's consciousness clone was in the lower realm, and the Five Elements sect also had it. In this way, several other sects also had news. The Profound Heaven sect was the dominant sect in the immortal world, which gave several major sects a reason to unite against the Taishimen. At this time, if Yang Qin didn't know how to seize the opportunity, then he wouldn't be Yang Qin. Soon, the young sect master of Taishimen met the predecessor of the spiritual world, again during a cultivation session. The first thing that the predecessor told young sect master Li was that the heavenly court had changed owners, and the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect had become the new Jade Emperor. Upon receiving this news, sect master Li and several core elders almost jumped up in surprise. The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect had become the new Jade Emperor. What did this mean? It was simply a naked statement that in this world, whether it was the immortal world, the spiritual world, or the mortal world, it was all the world of the Profound Heaven sect, and also the world of Taishimen. Chapter 958. The last time the consciousness clone from the upper realm failed to descend, the Taishimen suffered heavy losses, and a lot of important news was not passed down. Now, the Taishimen could finally receive the news from the spiritual world directly through Li Liheng without the need to arrange a welcoming array. Although it was a transit point in the spiritual world, the difficulty of the consciousness clone from the immortal world descending to the mortal world was no less than 10 times higher than the difficulty of descending to the spiritual world. After all, it was really difficult to cross the two realms and descend to a higher position. However, with such a transit point, the communication channel from the immortal world to the mortal world was much smoother. Not to mention that it did not need to consume a Deluo Golden Immortal's thousands of years of cultivation base each time. The scope of the message was countless times larger. In the past, when the immortal world messengers descended, 99% of their memories had been lost, leaving only a little bit of the most important information, which made people feel a kind of regret of looking at a treasure mountain but getting nothing. Now there was no need to think about this at all. The news from the immortal world to the spiritual world was 100 times more than to the mortal world. As long as Li Liheng could maintain the state, why worry about the Taishimen not thriving? The immortal world had changed dynasties, and even the Jade Emperor was the master of the Xiantian sect. How could the Taishimen in the mortal world, who were the foundation of the Xiantian sect, stay where they were? While the Taishimen were busy celebrating and preparing for expansion, Yang Chen had returned to the Chunyang Palace. From the time he left to the time he returned to the Chunyang Palace, it was basically more than a year. After Yang Chen went out, he brought back a female disciple who was not particularly outstanding. Many people, including Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, were very surprised. Now, because of the huge network in the mortal world, Chunyang Palace was constantly looking for disciples with good qualifications in the mortal world. Generally, people with innate spiritual roots below 80 were not considered. If they wanted a good disciple, they could casually grab a few from the Yeshio Villa, and they would have excellent qualifications. Now that Yang Qin actually brought back a woman who was only 74 years old, and she was designated to be his personal disciple in the future, everyone could not help but be curious. Yang Qin didn't hide anything from the people around him. He directly told them the reason why he accepted Hana Mengyu. Of course, he didn't know about it from his previous life's memories. He just happened to meet a woman who was very good at growing spiritual herbs, so he took her as his disciple. After witnessing Hana Mengyu's supernatural abilities even before she started cultivating, everyone gasped in admiration. Of course, there were only a handful of people who knew about Hana Mengyu's abilities. The head of the palace and the elders, plus Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling, plus Yang Chen's first apprentice Mu Bo. Others simply did not know. Yang Chen was an alchemist and needed a lot of elixirs, but this female disciple could provide Yang Chen with an endless supply of elixirs in the future. From this point of view, it was not surprising that Yang Chen accepted Hana Mengyu as an apprentice. What everyone marveled at was Yang Chen's vision and luck. He casually encountered a woman who was bullied, but he could also pick up such an enviable apprentice. Even Mu Bo, the eldest apprentice brother, after listening to Yang Chen, went to the Yeshio villa to stay with his junior sister. Of course, he did not alarm anyone, but in the small courtyard of Hana Mengyu, he took the medicine garden that Yang Chen had already prepared for Hana Mengyu, turned into a towering cypress, and quietly cultivated. As Yang Chen said, Hana Mengyu was really suitable to cultivate with the wood attribute monster race. In her own medicine garden, Hana Mengyu planted many elixir seeds that Yang Chen gave her. While taking care of these elixirs, it also seemed to have a great role in promoting the growth of Mu Bo's body. Mu Bo originally accumulated some internal injuries in the bitter cold land for tens of thousands of years, but also slowly healed with the ability of Hana Mengyu. As for Hana Mengyu, under the medicine chi of various elixirs and the reverse nourishment of Mu Bo, her cultivation was increasing day by day. The speed of cultivation was even comparable to that of Yang Chen in the past. Now Mu Bo's cultivation base has also reached the middle and late Jedan stage. He cultivated to the Jedan stage according to his own instinct at the beginning, and then under the guidance of Yang Chen, he started to cultivate systematically from the beginning to the present stage. The monster race of the first wood attribute were all long-lived, and each of them could be said to be well prepared. The old tree demon Guishanyu was so, and so was Mu Bo. The accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the early stage, when it broke out in the later stage, the speed of cultivation, even Yang Chen would be left in the dust. Mu Bo's grandfather, the patriarch of their cypress monster branch, worshipped the old tree demon Guishanyu and has now been promoted to the Yuanying stage, earlier than the time when Yang Chen crossed his tribulation. As for Mu Bo himself, under the guidance of Yang Chen, he would closely revolve around refining his own life source magic weapon with his own tree heart for a long time. In this case, being nourished by Hana Mengyu every day was also an alternative way of cultivation. This trip, if you don't count the few small troubles on the way back, could be said to be very smooth. Smoothly obtained the fourth fire true essence, smoothly found Hana Mengyu. There were no major mistakes along the way. It was barely a perfect journey. After settling Hana Mengyu, Yang Chen and the head of the palace told about the attacks encountered on the road. Of course, the most important thing was the appearance of Shao Wenshuan of the Five Elements sect, including the agreement reached with the Five Elements sect. For the Five Elements sect also wanted the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. This was not surprising at all. What everyone was more angry about was that the Taishaman actually sold a compass that could track the whereabouts of Yang Chen. This was simply a naked provocation. Although Li Liheng turned a few corners when selling, Yang Chen knew clearly that there was no one else except the Taishaman. Now everyone was a little worried about the safety of Yang Chen. So many people could track the whereabouts of Yang Chen, unless Yang Chen had been staying in the sect. Otherwise, as long as he went out, it would definitely attract a large number of greedy guys. Since the Taishaman and the Five Elements sect want to buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, it is better to sell it openly. Yang Chen didn't mind much and directly proposed a solution, which could temporarily turn everyone's attention to other directions. One sheep is also driving, 2 sheep are also released. If you want to sell it for a good price. For this point, there was no objection in the sect. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was dispersed, which meant that the pressure on Yang Chen was also dispersed. Those people paid attention to Yang Chen, wasn't it because of the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill? This could be considered a temporary solution to the current problem. Chapter 959. Chunyang Palace attached great importance to Yang Chen, so the news was spread in the fastest way. Among them, the Wine Immortal House played a role that could not be ignored. Not only that, but the Wine Immortal House also made a small profit with this news. The news that Yang Chen wanted to sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill directly overshadowed all the news in the market and was placed in the first place by all the organizations that analyzed intelligence. Of course, the price could not be released at will. Those who were interested could go to Chunyang Palace to contact them. Suddenly, all the sect that received the news began to be tempted, and countless people rushed to Chunyang Palace madly. The effect of the questioning inner heart pill had been spread among the cultivators, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that several major sects had been producing Deshang stage masters for decades was enough to make people crazy. It had always been a secret of Yang Chen, and everyone couldn't get it even if they wanted it. Now Yang Chen actually wanted to sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky, although they didn't need to ask to know that the pill recipe must be at a sky-high price. You get what you pay for. Even if they spent a lot of money, it was worth it. So many people bought the compass that could locate Yang Chen's whereabouts. What was it for? Wasn't it for the questioning inner heart pill? Now, they didn't have to risk being killed by Yang Chen after discovering it. As long as they could exchange it with some things, why not? Not to mention anything else. At least the people of Qinkuan sect had given up the idea of temporarily dealing with Yang Chen outside. Yang Chen's limelight was too strong. Even the 5 Elements sect and Qinkuan sect, who came to him, seemed to have different thoughts, not to mention other masters. The reason why they didn't make a move before was that the timing was not right. If they encountered the right opportunity, they would definitely not hesitate to start with Yang Chen. Among the major sect, the Taishamen had already gotten the pill recipe, and their performance was calm. Their attention was still focused on the change of dynasty in the heavenly court, and they basically didn't care much about this kind of trivial matter. However, the other sect members were different. After receiving the news, they all rushed to Chunyang Palace as fast as possible. However, when he arrived at Chunyang Palace in advance, he could not see Yang Chen because the time for Yang Chen to sell the prescription had not arrived yet. Thus, everyone could only wait. However, there were 2 sects that directly sent representatives to directly contact Yang Chen. The 2 major sects, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, directly sent Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue as representatives and sat opposite Yang Chen. In this regard, others could only be envious. After all, there was no female cultivator in their sect, who was Yang Chen's wife. Husband, do you really want to sell the questioning inner heart pill? Sun Qingxue was more impatient than Shi Shanshan. They came together, but it was Sun Qingxue who spoke first. Of course. Yang Chen didn't hide anything from his wife and directly told her what had happened recently, including the contact with Xiao Wenxuan of the 5 Elements sect and the sale of the compass by the Taishamen. After listening to Yang Chen, Shi Shanshan didn't say a word, but Yang Chen had already seen a trace of anger from her eyes. The Taishamen were simply too much, targeting Yang Chen and his wife again and again. This account, sooner or later, would be settled. It's too much. Sun Qingxue jumped up directly. The Taishamen were so despicable. Sun Qingxue couldn't wait to rush to the Taishaman and kill those who started it. Selling the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill is also to relieve the pressure. Yang Qin said his purpose. Do you really want to sell it? Sure, Shanshan rarely interjected. Is the green jade Immortal Island interested? Yang Qin nodded and asked a question. Without waiting for Sure Shanshan to answer, he smiled and said directly, if the green jade Immortal Island and the blue cloud sect are interested, I will give it at half price. The Taishaman and the 5 elements sect both have the price of 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds. You only need one. However, the price is the same for the outside world. We have to say this. This was already Yang Qin looking at his wife's face and giving the green jade Immortal Island and the blue cloud sect a lot of face. The 2 women also knew that with Yang Qin's words, they were already enough to report to the sect. You must know that the discount that Yang Qin gave their sect was a kind of 7th grade fire seed. Even if it was not a fire attribute cultivator, they also knew the preciousness of the 7th grade fire seed in detail. As for the things that Yang Qin asked them to keep secret, the 2 women naturally agreed. For this kind of thing, who would take advantage of it and still be obedient? However, even if there is a pill recipe, it doesn't necessarily mean that the medicinal pill can be refined. After Yang Qin gave the 2 women a reassuring pill, he immediately said the strict conditions without reaching the level of the 5th grade alchemist master. This pill recipe can only be placed in the sect's warehouse as a collection of the sect. This point has already been thought of by the island master. After all, this is also an opportunity for the sect. Sure Shanshan said, directly giving Yang Qin peace of mind. Since the green jade Immortal Island had such an attitude, Yang Qin was also slightly relieved. At least this was not his sincerity. To be able to add several kinds of 7th grade fire seeds was a great thing for Yang Qin. The Blue Cloud sect basically had the same attitude. For Yang Qin's kindness, both sides expressed their sincere gratitude. After settling the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, the other sect Yang Qin didn't need to consider too much, and he could sell them at a high price with a clear conscience. Anyway, for these sect, except for the Taishaman, other sects' requests for pills were the same as before. As for the Taishaman, it was still unknown whether they would come to him. For the next period of time, Yang Qin spent his time receiving representatives of the sect. Hearing the price of Yang Qin's 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, many people were directly dumbfounded. But there were also some sect-rich people who didn't mind agreeing directly. Qinkuan's sect, as one of the great sect, as expected by Yang Qin, readily agreed to this price. Once the fire seeds were obtained, they would trade with Yang Qin. But there was a sect that was beyond the expectations of Yang Qin, and it was very generous to agree to this price. This sect that surprised Yang Qin was the Danding sect that has always been famous for refining medicinal pills. It was not surprising for Yang Qin to say that the Danding sect was interested in this kind of pill recipe, but the fact that the Danding sect could also come up with 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds was really unexpected to Yang Qin. Yang Qin had already expected that the alchemists would be sought after, but the wealth of the Danding sect still made Yang Qin feel that he had underestimated the importance of the alchemists. The price was clearly marked, and the price of the pill recipe caused an uproar among countless people. But it also made several major sects feel very at ease. At least Yang Qin did not charge them individually in the price and treated them equally. At this time, even if Yang Qin treated the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect differently, others would not care. After all, in addition to the 2 ladies, Chunyang Palace and the 2 major sect had cooperation. After a short period of 6 months, Yang Qin has received 8 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds and also traded out 5 pill recipes of the questioning inner heart pills. Chapter 960. 8 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, respectively the 5 element sect, Qinkuan sect, Pill Cauldron sect each have 2 kinds, plus the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect each have one kind. If you add the 3 kinds of Taishamen sent before the ancestral pure yang, true fire of Chunying Palace, Yangchen now has 12 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds in his hands. In his previous life, Yangchen had only obtained a kind of 5th grade sun true fire, and he had already become a great principal golden immortal. In this life, he had so many high-level fire seeds. If the legendary flame of the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire was really successful, Yangchen could not imagine what kind of power his Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire would have in the future. Perhaps the 3 flavors of true fire in the pill furnace of the Grand Supreme Lord could not compete with his own flame, right? The 12 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds in his hands also meant that the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire had taken another solid step forward in the small accomplishment of the mortal world. In the same way, this was also the biggest deal that Yangchen had made in recent years. It was not that no one had asked about the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill, but compared to the questioning inner heart pill, it was not worth it to buy more than 1,000 small pill recipes at such a high price. Not every sect was Taishamen, and not every master of the Deshang stage could afford this price. Compared to buying pill recipes, it was much cheaper to ask for pills from Yangchen. Whether it was the questioning inner heart pill or the medicinal pill that harmonized the heaven-seizing pill spirit, Yangchen would not have such a terrible price tag as a 7th grade fire seed. And what most people asked for was just a medicinal pill. It was not worth having a pill recipe. After the pill recipe was sold, for the time being, many people also gave up tracking Yangchen. What was the reason for chasing Yangchen? Wasn't it just for these pill recipes? Now, so many sects had pill recipes that could be obtained in various ways. There was no need to use the most extreme one. Maybe they would have to ask for Yangchen's head after getting the pill recipe. Now, they would have a good relationship with him so that they could meet in the future. Judging from the sect's attitude, Yangchen guessed that the 4 great sects should have already known about the changes in the immortal world. In this way, the Taishamen sect would be the strongest, and the other sect would have the possibility of joining forces to deal with the enemy. No matter what, this was good news for Yangchen. Yangchen finally found a time to secretly talk to the head of the palace and several core elders of the Chunying Palace about the changes in the heavenly court. No one doubted where he got the information from. After all, everyone knew that the Taishamen's welcoming array had caused them great losses. The source of the information did not seem to need to be explained at all. The news was mixed for Chunying Palace. On the bad side, since the Taishamen wanted to achieve hegemony like the Xiantian sect in the mortal world, they naturally had to crazily suppress the Chunying Palace and other sections. The good side was that, because of this, the Taishamen would face the pressure of everyone's united resistance. Based on the current cooperative relationship between Chunying Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island Blue Cloud sect, Chunying Palace would not be the first wave of Taishamen's attack target for the time being. For the Taishamen, the other 4 great sect were their real competitors. The specific matters would be dealt with by the head of the palace and the elders. In any case, enhancing the strength of their own side was the only way. No matter what the situation was, there was no harm. While Yangchen was selling the pill recipe happily, the Taishamen began to investigate why Yangchen wanted to sell the pill recipe. Only in their own hands and all the sect's control, that was a different concept. In any case, the Taishamen had to figure it out. Soon, the senior executives of the Taishamen received the news that someone was selling a compass that could locate Yangchen on the black market outside, and they got a sample of the compass. As soon as they saw this compass, the sect master and several high-level executives immediately saw that this was the work of an elder. After discovering this, the core senior executives of the Taishamen were furious. How could there be someone who couldn't wait to hit Yangchen except for Hu Qinyi? Yangchen's idea was not that they couldn't hit him, but they couldn't hit him now. At least until Li Liheng was completely healed, they must not act rashly. If Yangchen said that he could recover in 50 years, would he be able to recover? What if he lied? After the incident with Hu Qinyi, Did they still expect Yang Qin to swear on his heart demon when he helped them treat their illness? The elder who made the compass was immediately summoned to the front of a group of high-level executives and was questioned severely. The refining elder himself was also very wronged. This was the request of the young sect master, Li Liheng, and after the refining, it was handed over to the young sect master. He just followed the instructions. As soon as he heard that it was Li Liheng's request, sect master Li suddenly had a feeling of anger. In other words, the sect targeted Yang Qin because the existence of Yang Qin threatened the dominance of the sect and some advantages, and his existence would affect other competitors and cause inconvenience to the Taishamen. It was purely out of consideration for the sect. In addition to Li Qingqin's means at the beginning, which was due to personal grievances, other actions were not because of any personal grievances with Yang Qin. Even the Taishamen, known as the largest sect of the Dao sects, was also very strict with the conduct of their disciples. Hu Qinyi did not do things properly, one of the reasons why everyone thought that he repaid kindness with enmity. Now, what was the difference between Li Liheng's behavior and Hu Qinyi's? Could it be that the young sect master of the Taishamen was actually a villain who did not know what was good for him and repaid kindness with enmity? Then, according to this trend, Li Liheng could deal with Yang Qin, who treated him today, and tomorrow he might turn his hand to deal with the Taishamen. When sect master Li appeared in front of Li Liheng was enjoying Yanglan's service. With good wine in his hand and a beautiful woman by his side, he was living like an immortal. Suddenly seeing sect master Li Liheng was so scared that he directly knocked over the table in front of him, and then hurriedly got up from the couch to greet the sect master. Sect master Li just glanced around, snorted coldly, and shouted angrily, "All of you get out of here!" The servants around didn't even make a sound, and quickly retreated with their heads down. Yanglan, who was half untied, also hurriedly got up, bowed and moved behind the sect master, and then quickly fled the room. Bang! A compass was thrown directly in front of Li Liheng, and after rolling on the ground twice, it fell right next to Li Liheng's hand. "Say, what's going on?" Sect master Li suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Li Liheng. If Li Liheng was not now responsible for the rise and fall of the sect master Li wanted to kill him with a palm. This was done by this disciple. Li Liheng just took a look and immediately replied, without denying it at all, "At least you have some responsibility." Sect master Li snorted coldly and then asked, "Why did you do this?" Chapter 961. Yang Qin, relying on his status as a 5th grade alchemist master, extorted the sect many times, and this disciple couldn't stand it. Li Liheng replied while carefully looking up at the angry sect master Li. Li Liheng's small movements were clearly felt by sect master Li. However, Li Liheng's words also somewhat touched sect master Li's heart, so his attitude was slightly softened and he was no longer so angry. This is the reason why you are ungrateful and bite the hand that feeds you. Although sect master Li's semantics were still very harsh, his tone had eased down. This disciple just wanted to teach him a lesson. Although Li Liheng was not very smart, he still had a unique talent in catering to the sect master. He didn't distinguish it, but said it truthfully. "Stupid." When he thought that the questioning inner heart pill was no longer owned by his own family in Yang Qin, sect master Li's heart suddenly became angry, and he couldn't help but scold. "Do you know that the trouble of your spiritual awareness still needs Yang Qin to help you with alchemy? Now that you have offended him, will he still help you in the future? Didn't he already give me enough spirit congealing pills, and I will definitely recover after eating it?" Li Liheng was shocked. If his own spiritual awareness trouble couldn't be solved, wouldn't everything he had now be completely destroyed and he would be completely beaten back to his original form? After enjoying so many days, Li Liheng wouldn't want to go back to the life he used to live in fear, even if he was beaten to death. Sect master Li's reminder made him suddenly aware of the important problem. What if Yang Qin lied? What if he didn't recover when the time came? At the thought of this, Li Lihing's cold sweat gurgled down, and his mind was filled with the situation where he took the spirit-congealing pills, but was taken away by several elders of the medicinal hall. What followed was the scene where Yanlan tried to induce him to find trouble with Yangchen. "It's Yanlan, Yanlan, he persuaded me to do this," saying that he wanted to find some trouble for Yangchen and teach him a lesson. At this time, Li Lihing's anger was also provoked, and he immediately found the initiator. Yanlan. The impression of this person flashed in Sect Master Li's mind. It seemed that Yanlan just went to Chunyang Palace and reported that Yang Chen refused to join the Taishamen, and then the sect began to target Yangchen. Could it be that the root cause was this guy? It's him. Sect Master Li glanced at Li Lihing. From the beginning of his contact with Li Lihing, he was not a very assertive person. It was normal to be bewitched by people's words. He could only deal with this Yanlan. Yanlan violated the rules of the sect and bewitched the young sect master. He will be sent to the law enforcement hall and sentenced to capital punishment as a warning to others. To deal with a small disciple, Sect Master Li didn't even have to consider any gains and losses, and directly gave the order. Of course, among the people who were waiting outside, the Sect Master just let them get out of the house, but did not let them leave. Hearing the anger of the Sect Master in the house, Yang Shi's time was like 5 thunders, and the whole person was soft. Not far away, Yang Lan's face was ashen. The Sect Master's words were the golden rule in Taishamen. No one could defy it. Wait. At the critical moment, Li Lihing suddenly opened his mouth. It seemed that he was a little timid, but he still said his own words. Sect Master, Yanlan is wrong, but this disciple is also wrong. You might as well keep him alive. This disciple is willing to be punished. After being in contact with Yanlan for a long time, Li Lihing also had some enlightenment. If Yanlan's life was not saved at this time, who would follow him in the future? Who would dare to follow him? The moment Li Lihing spoke, Sect Master Li also understood Li Lihing's meaning. This was Li Lihing's deliberate establishment of his prestige. As the future Sect Master, this was also a huge improvement, at least much better than the previous Yes Man. Compared with Li Lihing's future, Yang Lan's life and death were simply a trivial matter. However, the Sect Master's words could not be taken back. Sect Master, Li just stared at Li Lihing with a cold face. After a while, he asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes, Sect Master." The pressure that Sect Master Li brought to Li Lihing was not small, but Li Lihing obviously intended to gamble here. He gritted his teeth and replied with certainty. In this case, Yang Lan's death sentence can be avoided, but the punishment is hard to forgive. Go to the cold, deep pool for 2 years to make an example. Sect Master Li decided to give Li Lihing this opportunity. At least, he was very satisfied with the performance just now. As for you, since you have done something wrong, you must be punished. Looking at Li Lihing, Sect Master Li announced his punishment. Go to the azure cold pool and cultivate in seclusion for half a year. During this half a year, think about what you did wrong. Yes, Sect Master. Li Lihing hurriedly agreed. Yanlan and Yanlan, who were outside, seemed to have been pulled, and their bodies were completely soft. But this time they were not scared, but the kind of joy and fear of escaping from death. The retreat of the cold, deep pool was a very severe punishment among Taishamen. The azure cold pool was cold all year round, and it was even colder than the extreme northern ice field. But this was not the most powerful thing. In the cold pool, every night a cold wave would be emitted, and it would last for 6 hours. Even a Yuanying stage master could not resist this cold wave. Li Lihing was a Jiedan stage cultivator, and Yanlan had only just condensed his Dan with the help of Yanlan. It was almost impossible for the two to resist this cold tide. At least during this punishment period, they didn't have to think about having a good day. Yanlan was very grateful for the young sect master's life-saving grace. But in the same way, he was even more furious about Yang Qin, who had always been running through the whole incident. He didn't expect that he had just found some trouble for Yang Qin, and his own sect actually began to punish him. How could he be convinced by this unfair treatment? After this incident, Taishimin did not pursue Yang Chen's sale of the pill recipe. Of course, there was no reason to pursue it. However, every time Li Lihing cultivated, there must be a core elder or sect master by his side, waiting for him to contact the predecessor. When Yang Chen had dealt with the pill recipe and received the fire seed he deserved, Li Lihing finally left the severe punishment of the cold, deep pool, and the first time he left, he contacted the predecessor of the spiritual world. Li Lihing immediately followed the instructions of the sect master and crushed a small jade card that had been held in his hand. Your cultivation is unstable. Your spiritual awareness is too poor. You can only communicate once a year. You are not making progress. The predecessor seemed to be very dissatisfied with Li Lihing, especially with the fact that he could only communicate once a year. Li Lihing didn't know what to do, but suddenly a voice came from the side. Ask the predecessor if there is a way to completely solve your spiritual awareness. The voice was very familiar. It was Sect Master Li who had been paying attention to Li Lihing. Chapter 962. When he heard the reminder of the sect master, Li Lihing was delighted for a while and asked himself how could he forget such a key issue. As long as his own troubles can be solved, the Taishimin can no longer have any scruples and go all out. Therefore, Li Lihing immediately communicated with the senior in the spiritual world about this issue. Is your spiritual awareness in trouble? The senior in the spiritual world didn't seem to notice Li Lihing's problem at all. After listening to Li Lihing, he seemed to react. What kind of problem, tell me? Li Lihing immediately described his frequent fainting to the other party. Then he waited for the senior's answer with hope. The trouble with the spiritual awareness is not so troublesome. The words of the senior in the spiritual world made Li Lihing overjoyed immediately. He didn't dare to interrupt and waited for the guidance of the senior. As long as there is a spirit refining pill, you will be able to get rid of it. If there was any sentence that made Li Lihing most happy, it was undoubtedly this sentence. Don't be distracted. Kid, remember this pill recipe and let the master of the medicinal hall refine it. Next, there was a series of medicinal materials and techniques. It was about Li Lihing himself. How could Li Lihing not pay attention? He didn't dare to miss a word, and he remembered it clearly. Yang Chen's example was in front of him. After Li Lihing remembered it, he couldn't help but ask Senior, can this spirit refining pill be refined by ordinary alchemists? Of course. The senior in the spiritual world said without thinking, just find a 6th grade alchemist, and you can refine it in less than half a year. When these words came out, Li Lihing's body almost fell to the ground. 6th grade alchemist? Still looking for one at random? A 5th grade alchemist has made them blackmailed countless times, not to mention whether they could find a 6th grade alchemist. Even if they found one, wouldn't they be blackmailed into bankruptcy? Oh, I forgot that there is no 6th grade alchemist in the mortal world. After Li Lihing carefully reminded him, the senior in the spiritual world finally remembered this. In the spiritual awareness communication, Li Lihing seemed to see the senior patting his forehead with his hand. Then let's change it to spirit congealing pill, but it will take a longer time. It will take decades. Immediately, the senior gave him another solution, and it was verified. If you have this problem of fainting, your current situation is somewhat similar to eating the spirit congealing pill. Up until now, the communication between the two of them had already shown signs of breaking off, and the information that was transmitted over was also somewhat vague. Li Lihing could already feel his head spinning, and his mind was in a mess. If there is a spirit congealing pill, eat 3 immediately. The senior from the spirit world also sensed that something was wrong. It was not easy for them to communicate with each other, yet they only spoke a bunch of nonsense. It was truly a waste. Of course, Li Lihing didn't worry about it. He hurriedly took out the spirit congealing pill from the Chinquan bag. After taking 3 in a row, his sea of consciousness suddenly felt relaxed, and the connection with his predecessor seemed to be clearer. Since you can refine the spirit congealing pill, then use the spirit congealing pill and eat it for a few more years. The senior in the spirit world pointed out, this spirit congealing pill is much simpler than the spirit refining pill. There should be someone who can refine it. With the words of the senior, Li Liheng could only smile bitterly. He couldn't possibly complain to the senior that the people in his medicinal hall had gotten the pill recipe for decades and couldn't even refine half a medicinal pill, right? However, Li Liheng's emotional changes were immediately noticed by the senior in the spirit world, and he immediately asked the reason. Li Liheng couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the reason. It shouldn't be. The senior in the spirit world was very puzzled and said, "Is there a mistake in the pill recipe?" Li Liheng didn't know what the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill was, but this did not prevent the senior in the spirit world from telling him the pill recipe, so that he could verify it with the sect master later. Spirit congealing pill. As long as you find 1 or 2 alchemist masters with strong spiritual awareness and can multitask. You don't need to be in the 5th grade, as long as the 4th grade alchemist master can refine it. The senior said very firmly, "Let's look for it again." "Senior, this junior has been in a hurry and has never asked for the senior's name. Please enlighten me." After Li Liheng remembered the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill, he remembered that he had always called the senior and didn't know the other party's name, so he hurriedly asked, "This old man is Lu Fingzi." Yang Chen remembered very clearly that this Lu Fingzi was a special guy in the Profound Heaven sect. As the elder of the Profound Heaven sect in the spirit world, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, and ordinary people couldn't see him. With this guy's identity, even if there was any reaction in the spiritual world, it wouldn't be found for a while. Moreover, this news, apart from the ascension of the Taishaman, how could it be spread to the spiritual world? Even if they reached the spiritual world and knew about it, so what? Could they go to the lower realm? After a few more times, the Taishaman in the mortal world would no longer activate the welcoming array. Go to the lower realm? Where would they go? This was Yang Chen's series of plans. He really didn't know what the old guys in the Profound Heaven sect in the spiritual world would feel if they knew that the Taishaman in the mortal world were being played to death by him little by little. The current sect master is Li Tiancheng, right? Lu Fingzi directly sent a question. Li Liheng knew the name of sect master Li and hurriedly replied, "His cultivation should be stuck at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and it hasn't improved for a long time, right?" Lu Fingzi seemed to be recalling something. In the past, it was a bit difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Now, it should have accumulated to a bottleneck. Tell him that a junior who had just ascended a few hundred years ago said that if he wants to improve, he should find a genius with a full water attribute spirit root as a cauldron and dual cultivate with him. Maybe there will be room for improvement. Lu Fengzi didn't mind and pointed out, "Otherwise, he can only stop here." The advice for Li Tiancheng was, of course, from the memory of Yang Chen's previous life. Li Tiancheng's realm deficiency was also one of the reasons why he had to use Gaoyu as a furnace. Later, when he couldn't find Gaoyu, he directly abducted a genius female cultivator from a small sect. His realm improved in one fell swoop, all the way to the spiritual world and the celestial world. Even if Yang Chen didn't give him advice, the other party would know in the future. If he said it now, he could increase his position in the hearts of the Taishaman, and it could make the other party believe it. Li Liheng didn't doubt it and kept these words in mind. After that, it was basically Yang Chen asking questions and Li Liheng answering. After a while, there were signs of instability in the spiritual awareness connection again. This time, Senior Lu Fingzi didn't let Li Liheng take the spirit congealing pills, but asked him to prepare more spirit congealing pills. In the future, the more spirit congealing pills he had, the longer the connection time would be. This time, it was just a preliminary exchange. When Li Lihing's cultivation base improved, this kind of exchange would become more and more frequent. Chapter 963. After the successful connection, Li Lihing finally fainted again. It couldn't be helped. A little Jiedon Stage Jr. had to face the pressure of the spiritual awareness of a predecessor in the spiritual world. The spirit congealing pill was already very powerful. After waking up, Li Lihing didn't wait for Sect Master Li to ask questions. In front of the Sect Master and a group of core elders who were waiting anxiously, Li Lihing told them everything that had happened between him and Senior Lu Fingzi from beginning to end, not concealing a single word. The pill recipe of the spirit refining pill and the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill were all written out and handed over to the Sect Master. Even Lu Fingzi's method to guide Li Tiancheng to break through the bottleneck of cultivation was also said. This was an extraordinary event. The spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method could finally communicate with the predecessors in the spiritual world. For Taishimen, it was no less than getting hundreds of Deshang stage masters out of thin air. Apart from anything else, the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill was exactly the same as the one he got from Yangchen. Since a group of masters in the medicinal hall had already determined that this spirit congealing pill recipe was true, then the actions of the predecessors in the spiritual world were very real. Moreover, the key to alchemy that Senior Lu Fingzi said was not wrong at all, that was to multitask. It was just that this was the most troublesome. After removing this, not to mention a 4th grade alchemist master, even a 3rd grade alchemist master could refine it. The name of Lu Fingzi, everyone present had heard of it. He was a predecessor who ascended more than 2,000 years ago. Unfortunately, no one, including those great elders, had ever communicated with Lu Fingzi. Before they joined the sect, Lu Fingzi had already ascended, but it was only recorded in the ancient books of the sect. The pill recipe of the spirit refining pill was kept as a treasure by everyone, although there was no way to refine it for the time being. Once they could cultivate a master of alchemy, this would be their capital in the future. As for Li Tiancheng's shortcomings in cultivation, Lu Fingzi unceremoniously told Li Lihing. Although Li Tiancheng blushed a little when he heard it, he was more excited in his heart. There was a solution to the problem that had troubled him for many years. How could he not be happy? At this point, no one doubted the authenticity of the spiritual refinement technique anymore. The previous series of events had shown that Li Lihing was not deliberately mystifying things, but that he had really contacted a senior in the spiritual realm. The final question was still focused on the spirit congealing pill. Li Lihing's spiritual sense problem required long-term consumption of spirit congealing pills, and with the spirit congealing pills, Li Lihing could also connect with Senior Lu Fingzi's consciousness for a longer time, which was irreplaceable for Taishimen. The spirit congealing pill is so important, but all the high-level officials are dumbfounded. In the medicinal hall of Taishimen, so far, no one has been able to refine even a spirit congealing pill, and everything was provided by Yangchen. If he wanted the spirit congealing pill, he could only ask Yangchen for help. Not long ago, because of Senior Lu Fingzi's instructions, Li Lihing took 3 more spirit congealing pills. Presumably, he would take them again in the future. In this way, the spirit congealing pill that Li Lihing needed to treat his illness was no longer enough. What to do? The problem in front of the high-level officials of Taishimen was such a seemingly simple but extremely tangled trouble. Yangchen, everyone present wanted to tear him to pieces. But the reality was that if they couldn't find another alchemist who could refine the spirit congealing pill in a short time, they were afraid that even if they hated Yangchen, they could only find ways to keep Yangchen and please Yangchen. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mao Qi, the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Because of his previous negotiations with Yangchen, Hall Master Mao Qi has been fortunate to enter the ranks of these core high-level officials. However, seeing everyone's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. Even a Yuanying stage master seems to be unable to bear this pressure. I vowed that I would never go to Yangchen again. Hall Master Mao waved his hand directly without waiting for everyone to speak. What a joke, asking him to go to Yangchen again. It would be better to retreat in the deep cold pool. Is it the big heart demon oath? Sect Master Li's eyes followed Mao Qi's movements, and he asked calmly. Hall Master Mao immediately became a little dejected. Of course, he would not make a big heart demon oath with this kind of thing. But didn't the sect master's meaning still understand? If it wasn't for the big heart demon oath, then when it was time to find Yangchen, he would have to find him. Cough! I think we should try our best to cultivate the alchemist of the sect. Mao Qi couldn't help but cough and said, Anyway, at this rate, it will take at least 20 or 30 years for the spirit congealing pills to be consumed. If there is no other way, we can only go to Yangchen. In any case, Mao Qi didn't want to face Yangchen now. Being unable to take the initiative to contact again and again made him very reluctant to negotiate with this guy who held their lives. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely didn't want to see Yangchen. Now, if he could drag it, he would drag it. For Mao Qi's words, everyone was also non-committal and agreed to this plan for the time being. However, there was still one trouble that had not been resolved, or rather, it was the trouble left behind by Li Liheng. Many compasses that could locate Yang Chen's position had been lost so far. This was a very dangerous thing for Yang Chen. It was not known how many people wanted to hit Yang Chen because they couldn't find the whereabouts of Yang Chen. With these compasses, it could definitely bring great trouble to Yang Chen. But now if something happened to Yang Chen, it meant that Taishimin would also be in big trouble. For the spirit congealing pills, for the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method, for the future of Taishimin, Taishimin had to help Yang Chen clean up these troubles. In the end, they were still wiping Li Liheng's ass. He had done a good deed before, but now the entire Taishimin had to deal with the aftermath. A group of people stared at Li Liheng with very bad eyes. It's not me. It's Yang Lan who said to teach Yang Chen a lesson. I didn't want him to die. Li Liheng hurriedly distinguished again. After half a year of facing the wall of the deep cold pool, he didn't want to experience it again. He hurriedly pushed Yang Lan out, and all the responsibility was pushed to Yang Lan. Yang Lan will face the wall for 5 more years in the deep cold pool. Sect Master Li relentlessly increased the punishment. Previously, it was just to punish Li Liheng for doing something wrong, and there was no follow-up trouble. Now, he had to deal with the aftermath. The responsibility was different, and the punishment was naturally different. Yang Lan, who was still in the deep cold pool, certainly didn't know that his sentence had been added by 5 years. Right now, he was still counting the days bitterly, enduring the bone-chilling cold wave of extreme in every day, shivering in fear. Recover all the compasses that have flowed out. Those that fall into the hands of the 5 major sects don't need to be considered. The others, take them back from those buyers. Sect Master Li quickly ordered. Those who refuse to hand it over, kill them. Chapter 964. Yang Chen did not know the follow-up, but he knew that the Taishimin would definitely try to clear the obstacles for himself. The cultivation of spiritual sense was the reliance of the Taishimin, but it was also their most fatal weakness. The only bad thing was that, in order to maintain the scam of the cultivation of spiritual sense, it was necessary to keep Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint, which also made it possible for the Taishimin to track his whereabouts at any time. However, now Yang Chen was not worried that the Taishimin would start immediately, and he was not worried about the real cultivation of spiritual sense. Even if Li Liheng's aptitude was outstanding, if he wanted to cultivate successfully, there was only a 1 in a million chance. If the cultivation of spiritual sense could be cultivated so easily, the Taishimin would have unified the world long ago. Why would they wait until now? Moreover, even if Li Liheng worked hard to cultivate, it was impossible. After taking the spirit congealing pill, the spiritual awareness was condensed in a non-active situation, and it was still a medicinal pill from the spiritual world. Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base, at most, could only reach the peak yuanying stage, and it was impossible to go further. If he wanted to rely on this incomplete spiritual awareness to cultivate the real cultivation of spiritual sense, Yang Chen would rather believe that the Taishaman had found another fifth-grade alchemist master. Because of the sale of the pill recipe, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue once again gathered with Yang Chen. The 4 wives were all on the side of Chunying Palace, and Yang Chen just took them to explore the secret plane of the Taishaman. The ancient key of the Taishaman, which was destroyed by Yang Chen's design, was indeed a real secret plane. When it was handed over to Yang Chen for interpretation, Yang Chen had already firmly grasped the news of this secret plane. At that time, Yang Chen was asked by the Taishaman to make a heart oath that he would never disclose the news of this secret plane. At this point, Yang Chen did a very good job and never said it to outsiders. Even now, when he was about to set off, he did not say a word to his 4 wives, but just asked the 4 women to go out and travel together. Leak? Yang Chen would never tell anyone about it. He would only do it. Weren't some things unspeakable? It didn't matter if he had 1 more or 1 less. This time, in addition to looking for a secret plane, Yang Chen has other plans. Gao Yu's dragon horn flying sword must be refined, while Shi Shanshan's Sun Qingxue's natal flying sword must also be refined. All the materials had been nourished by the dragon energy, so it was most suitable to refine it in the Dragon Palace. After finding the secret plane, they entered the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen forged the sword embryo, and Gao Yu began to refine the dragon horn flying sword. After all these works were done, the 5 of them could set off for the demon continent to gain experience. This ancestor of the Taishaman was tens of thousands of years old. The words he left behind were so old that the current disciples could no longer recognize them due to the long passage of time. Similarly, because of the long passage of time, the way the secret plane was hidden at that time was completely different from what it is now. If it weren't for the record of the ancient key, even if Yang Chen had the spiritual awareness threads of the 3 purities secret art, he wouldn't be able to find it standing in the secret plane. The concealment of the ancient secret plane had an unusual shielding effect on the spiritual awareness. This was a huge canyon. It was said to be a canyon, but there was no water in it. It was not known how many years ago the flowing river had dug a long canyon on the ground, which was hundreds of feet deep. Standing at the bottom of the canyon, looking up at the line of sky in the sky, even if the canyon was wide, it gave people a feeling of being trapped in a narrow crack. Even the river had dried up, and the spiritual power dissipation was very serious. The distribution of spiritual power in this area was even worse than that in the cities of the mortal world. If it weren't for the guidance of the ancient key, Yang Chen wouldn't have found this place at all. None of the 4 women asked him why he brought them here. For Yang Chen, the 4 women now had a blind trust. Anyway, everyone knew one thing: Yang Chen would never harm them. As for what they were doing here, they didn't care at all. Of course, wherever their husband went, they would follow. In the canyon, which was thousands of miles long, Yang Chen, after careful calculation, finally located the location of the secret plane. There was no other way. The old Taishaman, who left behind the secret plane, when the secret plane was arranged, there was still a gurgling river here. The landform changes over the past tens of thousands of years have also affected the determination of the exact location. Even if there were people in Taishaman who could understand those ancient characters, they would not be able to find the secret plane. Even Yang Chen, relying on the spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the 3 purities secret art, was keenly found a little sign of spiritual power flashing in a huge range that was almost offset by hundreds of miles, which was why he found the ground. This kind of spiritual power flashing was caused by the secret plane itself, and it basically took almost 3 to 5 years to flash once. Yang Chen and the others were lucky, and it just happened that there was such a flash in recent days and they were caught by Yang Chen. Otherwise, Yang Chen could only take his 4 wives here for 3 to 5 years. Finding the location, the next things were much easier. In the eyes of the 4 wives, with some surprise, Yang Chen's hands began to condense one by one, hitting the surrounding ground and the walls of the canyon. None of the 4 women spoke, and they were waiting patiently. Yang Chen would not do useless work. This scene, Gong Sunling and Yang Chen had already experienced it once when they collected the medicine nourishing gourd. So they tacitly told the women not to be surprised. Yang Chen was now promoted to the Yuanying stage, and the time to condense the secret art was many times faster than when he was in the Jiran stage, and he could condense one in almost a dozen breaths. A total of 49 secret arts were made, and they were distributed in different directions. Yang Chen completed this step. In fact, on the ancient key, this record was very simple, but there was more than one great divination sky circulation formation here. But it must be arranged with spiritual power, and it could not be done by idle people. There was still a secret art missing from the great divination number, and this secret art was the key to activate the formation. After getting ready, Yang Chen called the 4 women to his side. After letting them take their hands and shake their hands together, Yang Chen made the last secret art and hid it on the centermost ground. 50 secret arts emitted a bright light at the same time, but it was gathered in a range of less than 100 feet. The light was getting brighter and brighter, and the spiritual power fluctuations were getting more and more powerful. At the moment when the spiritual power fluctuations reached the most intense, in front of Yang Chen, a circular arched doorway composed of white light suddenly appeared. Yang Chen didn't want to think about it. He took the 4 wives and stepped into the doorway. As soon as they entered the doorway, the figures of the 5 people disappeared in an instant. Then all the lights outside dimmed, and the spiritual power fluctuations directly dissipated without a trace. There was no trace of anyone appearing here. Chapter 965. The figures of Yang Chen's 5 people suddenly appeared in an empty place, and Yang Chen almost did not hesitate to call out the golden bell, and the figures of himself and the 4 women were all enveloped in it. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, just after all this was done, the surroundings suddenly shook, and there were more than a dozen spiritual power waves in all directions, regardless of the 5 people in the center. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of roars, all the spiritual power waves were all taken by the 2 dragon shadows of the golden bell, making a violent sound. The spiritual power waves had just ended, and dozens of sword shadows appeared. On the golden bell, there was a jingling sound. With the protection of the golden bell, this level of attack could not hurt Yang Chen's skin at all. At this point, how could the 4 women still not understand that they had entered a secret plane? However, what was strange was that this secret plane was refined by someone, and even the people who entered the secret plane were so powerful. The more it was like this, the more exciting it was. The heavily protected secret plane could only be said that there was more exciting wealth inside. The ancient key indicated that after entering the secret plane, they would be attacked by an array. This array should be the secret array of Taishimin, at least in the memory of Yang Chen. There was no trace of this array. If they didn't know the name, they couldn't crack this array in a normal way. The only way left was to crack it by force. The power of this array was even stronger than the 7-step enchantment array of Yang Chen's Xianyang Mount Medicine Garden. The Yuanying stage masters, if they were a little unprepared, they would die under the array. It was a pity that whether it was the spiritual power attack or the flying sword attack they encountered Yang Chen, this abnormal, crazy attack under the protection of the golden bell, there was no place for them to use their skills. Yang Chen protected the 4 women and walked in a certain direction under the state of constant attacks. As long as they were out of the range of this array attack, they would naturally not be attacked. The idea was good, but putting it into practice was not so easy. The array itself had the function of restricting the actions of the people in the array. Yang Chen had to protect the 4 women, so naturally he couldn't walk recklessly, so the speed of his movement was very slow. In fact, the best way was to let the 4 women enter Yang Chen's medicine garden, and then let Yang Chen break this spirit array by himself. However, whether it was Yang Chen or the 4 women, they all wanted to enjoy the process of being together and cultivate some tacit understanding. This way of letting one person bear the pressure was not what they wanted. Under the protection of Yang Qin, the four women even had the idea of honing their cultivation in this spirit array. Yang Qin had no objections to this. Cultivation was about experiencing all kinds of situations, and the situation before him was just right. Anyway, if they see something wrong, they can hide in the protective circle of Yang Chen's golden bell, and their lives are not in danger. So the four women are also relaxed. Everyone is not in a hurry, so they simply cultivate here. It must be said that the power of this spirit array, which even Yang Chen had never heard of, was far more powerful than the 7 steps enchanted killing formation. Among the four women, Shi Shanshan, who had the most powerful cultivation base, could only hold on for less than half an incense stick of time and had to return to the golden bell circle of Yangqin. Shi Shanshan used the flying sword to fight against the opponent's sword array and also applied the method of breaking the array by brute force. Perhaps because of the lack of material and grade of the flying sword, it could not be used for a long time. When Shi Shanshan's life source flying sword was successfully refined, maybe this situation would change. Gao Yu and Sun Qingxue were in a similar situation, but they persisted for a shorter time. On the contrary, Gong Sunling, who had the mountain river geographical map to protect her, was the most relaxed one in the spirit array. Such a rare opportunity. Everyone did not want to give up. Even Gong Sunling intentionally or unintentionally opened the protection of the mountain river geographical map to the lowest and carefully experienced the reaction under the attack of the spirit array. There was a continuous spiritual power attack, and there were dozens of high-quality flying swords flying around. It was as if everyone was besieged by dozens of people. Such an experience the four women had never had before, and all of them were excited. They would not hide in the golden bell circle of Yangqin without exhausting themselves. This spirit array was not a simulated attack. If they were careless, they would end up injured. When they were tired, almost all of the four women were stabbed by the flying sword. Fortunately, their own reaction was not slow, and Yang Chen's protection was timely, so there was no danger. But minor injuries were inevitable. Fortunately, everyone's cultivation base was profound, and Yang Chen's medicinal pills were excellent, so they did not worry about these minor injuries at all. However, Yang Chen was a little dumbfounded. Originally, they came to the secret plane to hunt for treasures. How did it suddenly become cultivation? He also had a way to get out of the scope of this spirit array, but now he was ordered by the four ladies to stay in place to provide protection for them, so that they could absorb this kind of combat experience of being besieged. Soon Yang Qin figured it out. Going to the demon continent was originally for them to increase their actual combat experience. Now, such an opportunity could be regarded as a rehearsal before going to the demon continent. Anyway, this kind of cultivation was only good for the four women, and there was no harm. Yang Qin only needed to take care of them so that their lives would not be in danger. The four women made rapid progress. As they became familiar with this attack method day by day, the time the four women lasted was getting longer and longer. From the beginning, they couldn't even support half an incense stick of time, to now nearly an hour of full attack and protection. They were not at a disadvantage, which was really a huge improvement. It was estimated that if it weren't for this kind of all-out attack that consumed too much spiritual power and caused spiritual power to be exhausted, the four women could persist for a longer time. On the other hand, Yang Chen's spiritual power had been supporting the protective circle of the golden bell, which made the women a little surprised, especially Shi Shanshan, who thought that even if the difference between her and Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation was limited, she only saw the gap now. Of course, Yang Chen was not saying that he was hundreds of times stronger than them, but in this case he didn't have to fight with all his strength, and he had the spare power to replenish his spiritual power. The real all-out battle would only last a few hours longer than them. At this point, in fact, the purpose of cultivation has been achieved, and it doesn't make much sense to continue. If you want to improve your spiritual power cultivation, You can't improve it by fighting. Finally, after an all-out battle, the four women all stopped this kind of cultivation. Yang Qin no longer had any scruples. The Golden Bell was under the attack, and under great pressure, it slowly moved to the periphery of the formation. With Yang Chen's power to turn the river, no matter how big the resistance was, it was only a little troublesome for Yang Qin. As soon as they left the scope of the formation, all the attacks disappeared. The four women cheered and began to look at the secret plane carefully. Chapter 966. The location where everyone was at the beginning, or the location where they were transported to the secret plane by the formation, was a huge hall. The hall had a radius of hundreds of feet, and the floor and ceiling were all densely covered with formation patterns. Yang Chen and others forcibly left the scope of the formation, and the flying sword was also quiet, distributed in the pattern on the ceiling, as if it was part of the pattern. As early as when the women attacked and cultivated, Yang Chen had already counted those flying sword. There were a total of 9,981. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's Golden Bell, such a powerful protective magic weapon, it would not be easy to deal with the attack of this sword formation and protect the women. Perhaps after Yang Chen's Great Yin Yang 5 Elements flying sword was completed, the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements sword formation could easily block this attack and even destroy the opponent's flying sword. The spiritual power wave attack that entered the formation at the beginning was estimated to let the people who entered the formation display the means to break the formation. If it was a real Teichman descendant, he would know how to crack this formation. Unfortunately, Yang Chen and others could only resist it. In addition to this hall, there was an exquisite aisle which was more appropriate to use as a passage. On the opposite side of the passage, at the other end of the formation, there was a large horizontal crack in the wall, extending for a long time. The passage was very wide, and the 5 people of Yang Chen's family walked side by side without feeling crowded. However, Yang Chen and the 4 women still moved forward cautiously. They couldn't help it. As soon as they came in, who knows if there was any formation mechanism inside? In short, there was no big mistake in being careful. There was no danger all the way in. Walking through the passage, there was an oval square. This large square was several times larger and several times higher than the square they came in. Around the square was a circle of rooms, and there was nothing else. Yang Chen let the women stay in place, and he walked around the square and the door of the rooms, and there was no attack. And Yang Chen's spiritual awareness did not find any danger in this area, so he boldly lifted the alert. Thinking about it, this was a secret property left to the younger generation, not a place full of traps. With the array at the gate, the masters of the Deshang stage could not escape death if they came in. There was really no need to guard against it. Seeing Yang Chen's gesture indicating that it was safe, the girls cheered and rushed to the surrounding rooms. Needless to say, these rooms were the concentration of wealth in the secret plane, and it was just the right time to plunder them. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. The 4 women were his wives. It was the same to Yang Chen, no matter who got the things. There was no need to disturb the happiness of the 4 wives at this time. And Yang Chen was very sure that in this ancient secret plane, the 4 women would not know most of the things. So, in the end, they would definitely come to Yang Chen to ask for advice. Sure enough, none of the 4 women had the thought of keeping everything for themselves. They just moved out all the things in the rooms. "Hey, master, please come and see what these things are." Seeing Yang Chen staying in the big square and waiting for the women to move out the things, Sun Qingxue immediately pouted and began to complain. Yang Chen smiled and pulled Sun Qingxue into his arms. For a moment, he twisted Sun Qingxue's little jade nose, and then smiled and said, "Good things will not run away. I just have to wait. Why do I have to be so tired?" Among the 4 women, Sun Qingxue was the youngest, and only she would act like a spoiled child with Yang Chen. Gao Yu was Yang Chen's master, and Gong Sunling was his senior apprentice sister. It was almost impossible for the 2 women to do this kind of thing when there were others. Shi Shanshan was even colder, unless she was alone with Yangqin. Otherwise, she must have this kind of face. It had to be said that the resources in this secret plane were still very coveted. Just the batch that the 4 women first plundered had a lot of good things. There was a pill room with a lot of medicinal pills that had been successfully refined. Unfortunately, the time was too long, and the other party did not have such a good thing as the medicine nourishing gourd. Generally, after 10,000 years or so, these medicinal pills basically had no medicinal effect. Obviously, this secret plane had experienced a longer time, and those medicinal pills had completely turned into ashes. It was a lot of jade bottles that were used to hold the medicinal pills, which were simple and elegant, exquisitely carved, and looked very good. There was also an alchemy furnace in the pill room. The shape was slightly different from the current one, and it looked like a good thing. It's just that Yangqin didn't put it in his eyes. But some of the materials of the alchemy furnace were good, and they could be used to smelt in the profound spirit furnace to improve the quality. In addition, there were dozens of jade slips in the pill room. The women couldn't understand the words recorded in the jade slips, so they could only give them to Yangqin. Yangqin swept with his spiritual awareness and immediately smiled and said, "Good things, ancient pill recipes. Some of the medicinal pills have been improved, but some have been preserved to this day." Among these jade slips, there were no less than hundreds of pill recipes recorded. Some of the pill recipes and some of the current medicinal pills were overlapped, the names were slightly different, and then there were some subtle differences in the amount of some medicinal pills. For Yangqin, these were only for reference. There were only a few dozen pill recipes that Yangqin had never seen before, and he could refine them to try the effect in the future. The pill room was emptied, and the other room was also cleaned out. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a refining room. Now, everyone refining magic weapons, they all use their own refining methods, but basically rely on their own spiritual power to polish. This refining room was indeed a bit special. There were even some seemingly mortal blacksmiths, furnace bellows, and anvils and hammers. In the furnace, there was also an elemental energy gathering formation and a unique kind of golden crow heavenly fire. This kind of 6th grade fire seed could smelt most of the materials in the world and was the most suitable fire seed for refining magic treasures. Even the bellows was a magic weapon. As long as it was stimulated with spiritual power, it could continue to urge the golden crow heavenly fire, and the fire could also be controlled. What made Yangqin most amazed was that, in addition to these, there was a whole set of fine carving tools, axes, chisels, carving knives, and so on. Everything was available. All of these tools were made of a very rare type of Tai mixed element steel. This kind of Tai mixed spirit steel, the material was almost harder than any material Yangqin had ever seen. But it was not tough enough, but it was the best material for making tools. Using this kind of Tai mixed spirit steel tool to make a magic weapon, it would not leave the owner's aura in it at all. If Yangqin didn't have Xiaotian to swallow the spirit, this set of tools was the best thing to make a magic weapon. Chapter 967. More importantly, the Tai mixed essence steel could slightly carve the dragon horn. With this alone, this set of things couldn't be someone else's. Except for Gao Yu, no one could use it. Of course, it was just a slight carving. It was impossible to do this kind of thing. But even so, it also made the difficulty of Gao Yu refining the dragon horn flying sword a little lower, and the success rate increased a lot. Next to the refining room was a storeroom. All kinds of refining materials were piled up in a whole room, stored in categories. Some wood and stone materials, after being stored for tens of thousands of years, had decayed and weathered and could not be used at all. Only those with a metal texture were left. However, many of the metals were also rusty, and it was impossible to see their original appearance. After Yangqin's identification, many metal materials were recognized. Some of them could actually be used in the refining of Gao Yu Shanshan and Sun Qingshue's life source magic weapon. And the effect was better than the general auxiliary materials. At this point, it could barely be regarded as a small gain. The room where the materials and medicinal herbs were stored was quite large, each occupying more than half of the room on both sides. The remaining rooms stored a lot less things. However, seeing the thousands of jade slips in a room, Yang Chen's face finally showed a smile. Many of the ancient inheritances, after experiencing constant development and changes and some accidental additions and deletions or accidents, there were not many left to the present. These things were enough for Yang Chen to study the original appearance of many things, including various cultivation methods, formations, etc. After development and changes. Some were developing in a more reasonable and optimized direction, but some were really regressing or lost. All the jade slips were recorded in ancient characters. Except for Yang Chen, the 4 women didn't know any of them. They could only wait for Yang Chen to finish translating and then read it. Yang Chen even found a detailed explanation of the formation at the door in the jade slip. After quickly translating it, he handed it over to Gong Sunling and asked her to figure out how to collect it. Not to mention anything else, the offensive power of this formation was very strong, especially the 81 flying swords, which were also very good items and worth collecting. After everyone had searched and collected almost everything, the girls discovered that there were actually 2 rooms that couldn't be opened. The room was locked by some kind of strange array. Even Gong Sunling could not recognize what kind of array it was. However, there was one thing that could be determined. If these 2 formations were to be forcefully opened, perhaps the things stored in the room would be completely destroyed. The eyes of all the women looked at Yang Chen. If anyone among the 5 of them could open these 2 rooms, it would definitely be Yang Chen. Looking at the 2 strange arrays, Yang Chen could not help but frown. He had never seen these 2 formations before. He had no choice but to carefully search for clues from those jade slips. A large number of jade slips had been collected. Fortunately, when everyone was collecting them, they were sorting them out according to their original locations. This gave Yang Chen a chance to find them quickly. There was an area with jade slips for cultivation methods, which were probably not recorded here. There was an area with an array, which was likely to have the description of the 2 arrays. But Yang Chen looked around, but he couldn't find the jade slips that recorded the 2 arrays. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure out the reason. Before, it was the 4 women who picked up the jade slips, and Yang Chen just waited in the middle of the square like a big master. Now, Yang Chen had to go to the room where the jade slips were stored in person. It was a study room. In addition to a jade desk and chair in the center, the rest were jade bookshelves, which were still well preserved. The girls only cleaned up the jade slips on the bookshelves before, but they ignored the things on the desk. Yang Chen walked to the desk. There was a complete set of 4 treasures of the study on it, but the pen, ink, and paper had become ashes, leaving only an inkstone. There was a black jade pen holder, and the pen inserted in it had become flying ash. These ashes piled up a thick layer on the table, burying the entire table under it. With a wave of his hand, all the dust on the table was swept away by Yang Chen. Then Yang Chen saw the smooth jade table, engraved with thousands of words almost the size of rice grains in the center. It was more appropriate to say that it was a text, but it was more like a poor painting. When the 4 women came in and explored with their spiritual awareness, everyone would think that those rice-sized words were the patterns on the desk, and no one would think that those were words. It just so happened that Yang Chen knew that this was an ancient cuneiform. Even Yang Chen didn't recognize these words, but among the jade slips that were harvested, there was a jade slip that introduced this ancient text. Yang Chen had an impression of it, and immediately found the jade slip and began to learn and use it, studying the content of the words one by one. Soon, Yang Chen discovered that this text was an explanation of this secret plane. The entire secret plane was refined from the corpse of a complete ancient giant tortoise. The place where Yang Chen and the others came in was the mouth of the ancient giant tortoise. Along the throat passage, they entered this huge square, which was actually the tortoise shell of the ancient giant tortoise. This canyon area in ancient times, was a huge lake which occupied a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Later, with the evolution of the landform, the lake dried up and became a huge plain, and the largest river on the plain, after many years of scouring, formed the current canyon. The ancient giant tortoise originally lived in this lake. When the predecessor of Teshman found it, it was already a complete corpse. Only because the giant tortoise also cultivated by instinct, the corpse did not change and was refined by the owner of the secret plane into the current secret plane. The huge tortoise shell itself had the natural effect of strengthening the formation. After being refined by the owner of the secret plane, the formation here was even more powerful. If it weren't for Yang Chen's golden bell being more abnormal, he wouldn't be able to come in at all. Those 2 rooms were where the most important things in the secret plane were stored. Yang Chen only came into contact with the outermost ceiling formation. In fact, there were 2 sets of formations inside, respectively designed for different things. 2 rooms, 2 things. One of them, there was nothing inside. But after Yang Chen saw the other thing, he couldn't help but show a happy smile. Wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, it didn't take much effort. The thing inside, Yang Chen didn't know how many places he had looked for, but he didn't expect it to be here. It seemed that Yang Chen's luck was really not ordinary. That kind of thing was very useful to Yang Chen and Gao Yu. According to the records on the jade case, it was unknown how much 9th water true essence. Chapter 968. It was normal to think about it. A huge lake with a radius of tens of thousands of miles was all fresh water, which met the conditions for the production of the 9th water true essence. The most exciting thing was that this formation to collect the 9th water true essence, he didn't know how many tens of thousands of years it had been here. How much 9th water true essence would be accumulated. Thinking about it made him excited. The first would true essence spiritual solution left by the Immortal had already made Yang Chen happy. Now there was also the 9th water true essence left by the Teshman seniors for himself. Whether it was from the perspective of things or the identity of the person who left things, Yang Chen had reasons to be happy. Yang Chen has had several experiences in dealing with this huge amount of spiritual solution. He knew that if he didn't handle it well, he would explode and die. If there was no magic weapon that could be used as a buffer to absorb the 9th water true essence or 9th water true essence spiritual solution, even if Yang Chen cultivated the 9th water true secret art on the spot, it would not help. In this way, there was some trouble. Yang Chen did not have a particularly good 9th water flying sword for the time being. Last time the Teshman gave him 2 water attribute flying swords. One was used by Yang Chen to smelt and add to the dragon bone flying sword, and the other was barely counted as the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword, the 9th water flying sword. However, the 9th water flying sword was obviously not enough to bear this heavy responsibility. Although Gao Yu's dragon horn was a dual attribute of water and fire, the water attribute was not the 9th water attribute, but the 10th water attribute. In other words, even if Gao Yu's dragon horn flying sword was successfully refined, it could not help Yang Chen. Looking at the treasure mountain and drooling, this was the first time for Yang Chen. In the past, whether it was the first wood true essence spiritual solution or the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution, or even the 10th water true essence spiritual solution, there were corresponding magic weapons to withstand the power of these massive spiritual solutions. Now Yang Chen had no way. Perhaps the original idea of the owner of the secret plane was to simply collect some 9th water true essence. But now, after tens of thousands of years, or even longer, the 9th water true essence inside has completely changed. Once the younger generation, who did not know the danger of these 9th water true essence, opened this room, the entire secret plane would become a huge cemetery, which was absolutely unexpected by the master of the secret plane. One room was filled with 9th water true essence, but the owner of the secret plane did not explain what was in the other room. Yang Chen was also hesitating whether to open it or not. If the thing inside was as dangerous as the ninth water true essence, then wouldn't he be putting himself in danger? If Yang Chen was alone, he might still be able to escape. However, this time, Yang Chen wasn't alone. He brought along his 4 new wives. Yang Chen did not have the confidence to let his family take risks. Even if among his wives there were 2 who would be famous in the world in the future, Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy, that was not a reason for Yang Chen to let his whole family risk their lives. Speaking of the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy, now Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have gradually broken out because of their reputation. They are also called fairies. Gao Yu was good at refining and never went out. Every time someone saw her, she seemed to be covered with a red flame, so she was called Fairy by Xia. Gong Sunling has been shrouded in a hazy light mist since the completion of the Mountain River geographical map. Others could only see her beautiful figure at most, but they could never see her face clearly. This feature was also seized by people, and she was called Fairy Flowing Cloud. Yang Chen married 4 fairies at the same time, which made countless male cultivators envious and jealous to death. But not everyone has the courage to challenge a 5th-grade alchemist who is supported by countless sect. So for the time being, there are many people who are jealous, but there has never been anyone who dares to challenge Yang Chen face to face. With Yang Chen, the 4 women in this life will have a greater future. It is not worth it to lose them for a small secret plane. Yang Chen thought about it and decided not to take the risk for the time being. Yang Chen's hesitation made the 4 women feel abnormal. Sun Qingxue immediately asked. Although the other 3 women did not speak, they also looked at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's explanation. That's it, what do you think? Yang Chen said his concerns, then looked at the 4 women, waiting for the 4 women to speak. That's it. Sun Qingxue was still a little ignorant at this time, and said very casually, such a fun thing. Of course, I have to try it. Listening to Sun Qingxue saying this was fun, Yang Chen also felt a little dumbfounded. Just as he was about to talk to Sun Qingxue, so that she could not be so careless, Shi Shanshan next to him had already spoken 1 step ahead of Yang Chen. Little Xue, life and death is a big deal. You can't take it lightly. Oh. Sun Qingxue obediently bowed her head and admitted her mistake, without any disobedience. Yang Chen was amused for a while. It seemed that Shi Shanshan's words were sometimes more useful than Yang Chen's husband. Sun Qingxue was simply obedient to Shi Shanshan. Sometimes Yang Chen also felt strange. Even if Sun Qingxue was introduced into the Immortal sect by Shi Shanshan, there was no need for such rules, right? He didn't know if there was anything else that he didn't know between the 2 women. Anyway, there was someone who could make the naughty Sun Qingxue honest. Yang Chen also wanted to save himself some trouble. Everyone knew the preciousness of the 7th metal true essence. However, except for Gong Sunling and Yang Chen, who had experienced the horror of collecting the 7th metal true essence, other people did not have much concept of it. Although Yang Chen said it seriously, it seemed that the effect was not very good. At least Yang Chen had already seen the movement in Gao Yu's eyes. Can't you try it with the dragon horn? Sure enough, the next sentence was asked by Gao Yu. Yang Chen shook his head. He had already said it clearly before that the dragon horn was of the water attribute, which was not very suitable for the yin and yang attribute of the 9th water attribute. Is it really that terrible? Shi Shanshan was not in favor of taking risks, but she was a little skeptical about whether Yang Chen had exaggerated the power of these spiritual solutions. After all, when she and Sun Qingxue were healing, they were immersed in the 7th metal true essence solution and the 1st wood true essence solution, and at that time they had no spiritual power in their whole body. It seemed that it was not as dangerous as Yang Chen said. I have seen no less than hundreds of people directly explode into powder. Yang Chen nodded directly and said without hesitation, "A Ling has also seen it." Gong Sunling was next to him and nodded. When collecting the 7th metal true essence solution, Those people fell into the deep hole and burst into a blood mist before they reached the bottom of the hole. She saw it with her own eyes. Sure Shanshan was also silent. It seemed that everyone already had the same idea. Listening to Yangqin, they were ready to give up first. Maybe there is still a way, Gong Sunling suddenly said, and then reminded Yangqin, "Husband, have you forgotten the use of the Mountain River geographical map when you were in the demon sect?"